Hey, we're here. We're live. Episode 77. It is the 31st of January, 2021, aka the 356th of March, 2020. Hello. We're your friends, the Unnamed Few. We're back. Doing things. I have nothing else to say. I got nothing. Got 45 minutes of sleep. You're the Unnamed Few, the perpetually sleep deprived, which should probably be our name actually, except for Lucy, who's the only person who I've ever met that sleeps like a normal human being.
I didn't sleep well last night.
Fair enough.
The one exception being this week is that Stepdad threw up my pillows when we were redecorating the room, like the old craft ones, and their ones had neck support. These new ones don't. And also, I didn't have curtains last night, so now I do.
No,
so
Rune,
hopefully tonight's better.
I think you weren't far off, Rune. I think it's the 337th of March.
Oh.
If I did my math right.
Wow.
Nice.
So yeah, we're here. We're traveling to Acraeus. We lied to a whole bunch of people. Hopefully it sticks until we can get off this boat. Anton, please recap us.
Okay. Oh, yeah, last session started with a sea battle. The Dragonborn Knights had commandeered I guess they'd taken over a pirate ship and sort of used that to ambush us. Anyway, it turns out you shouldn't attack people by boat who have controlled water. It turns out you shouldn't design control water to auto-end encounters on water. But that happened. And we captured their leader, and some knights drowned. And then this music's a little too hyphy for me.
It is, yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
I don't know.
Creepy.
Oh.
Into the creepy playlist.
I never fleshed out. My bad.
No, it's just a different playlist. But they're so overloaded.
Yeah, I need to trim that all out. But yes, there was a great deliberation over what to do with the captured captain of the Draconian unit. A Hagos. The equivalent of a captain within their military, by the name of not in my document.
Madrash?
Madrash, yeah.
Madrash, yeah.
There we are. Madrash Imbix Telrith.
I'm not going to bother writing that down because it would have roughly 2 letters in commonality with what you wrote.
It's surprisingly as you'd imagine.
Fine. Imbix Telrith.
You determined that after a intense conversation with Captain Hector, the captain of your ship, and some confusion as to whether Enzo was part of a mysterious group that Hector referred to only as the Eye.
Enzo got asked a weird question and just yes-anded the guy. Yeah, totally.
But he came to realize that Enzo was not part of the group, and essentially explained what he planned to do, or what he expected the Eye to do with Madrash, which was to cause him to forget all that occurred and tell a narrative that it was in their own interests. You also contacted various sources that you have back in Yoranta who had not heard of the Eye, or had heard of so many eyes and people that use the Eye as a moniker or a symbol, that they don't really have much information to offer. And then Enzo took things into his own hands and used his own modified memory to pacify Madrash. At least for the short term and hopefully the long term.
We patched him up.
And you patched him up, having altered his memories to believe that his ship was sabotaged by his own imprisoned, essentially, forced labor crew, and that you rescued him from the oceans and prevented him from drowning, so he now considers you a friend rather than a foe. And believes that you are sailors of a merchant ship.
Yeah. I was gonna make up some excuse about how my modify memory is higher DC than theirs, but there's not even a DC to remove it. You just cast a third level remove curse and it's just gone. It's
Yep.
busted. Let's hope he never gets remove cursed.
So,
That's why Vigil thinks we should leave quickly. Have an
Oh,
hour
yeah.
and like a day in this place at most, and then get the fuck out.
also realized that, you know what, sailing ships do travel pretty damn fast. Not fast, but they travel at a good speed for
24
extended period
hours.
of time. Yeah. And so, you are actually only about 2 days away from Acreus. You also debated travelling a land route, making use of Sauron's teleport to leapfrog your way to success, but determined that the risk of mishap was too great, and it would get you there in about the same amount of time. Weighing up the risks of a teleport mishap to complications in the port of Acreus, you chose to go through Acreus. And so we pick up with you aboard the Flying Flump. The coastland still a parched waste in the distance as you make your way east.
Track drifting boat.
Enzo's asleep, BRB.
Okay.
Enzo's sleeping in.
He's having a nap.
Soren's probably trying to compose a song about the wreck of the Ecclesia, but since he's a wizard and not a musician, it's probably not going well. In lieu of not having any arcane notes to mess with, they were like, hey, maybe don't mess with the Book of Time right now. That's been kind of screwing up your memory, buddy. So, he's probably
Wise,
sitting
I
on
feel.
deck being bored and trying to write a song about the wreck of the Ecclesia to the tune of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Sea shanties are in now, y'all, didn't you know?
Soren's trying to write a song?
Yeah, yeah. But he's a wizard, not a musician.
Oh, okay. How's your performance skill?
Ah, plus something.
Because you despite playing a 6 charisma wizard, actually have like 14 charisma, right?
Yeah.
Right. You need to get the Enzo thing where you just get a stat reduced. Just
I might
drop.
actually.
In exchange for great power, or a passable increase in power or increase in living conditions.
in exchange for being the second most powerful caster and second most powerful melee in the three-part person
How
group.
about I pay your rent for the next lifetime?
Deal.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can I pick anywhere? Let's not go crazy here. Somewhere middle class. Like I'm not made of money.
The suburbs. Let's go.
My charisma is 14. So, oh god, roll 20. Please stop. What did I just do?
Oh
Okay,
no.
There we go.
What?
Well, we have used Thorin art. There we are.
Yes,
I
we-
saw that.
Oh yeah, there's an announcement. I'm actually redoing the portraits. It's been a year. It's been 1 year since I drew this shit. Sorry. Too much playing a bard on my other game. No, it's been 1 year since I drew I can't do it.
It's been one year since
It's
you
been
drew
1
the
year
shit.
since the portraits.
Yes,
So
and
you're doing
1
new
year
ones.
since the portraits and new revamps that you're making currently.
thank you.
They are
Yes,
looking good.
Thank you.
Sorens is done and is on Rune's Twitter. It looks fantastic.
And I'm working on Enzo's, and then there will be Vigil, and then maybe a new portrait of Owen, which is just the weirdest damn thing to draw your DM, but whatever.
All right. So
Back
I have-
over.
I have marked a long rest on my sheet. I'm assuming we the next day or
Yes,
two
the
go
night
by
after
fine.
that there would be. It's relatively uneventful. As
Then aid
is
will go away as well.
the next 2 days of sailing.
Take a heroic moment.
That is very true. Thank you. Boop, dink. 2 different sound effects.
See, and boop. Right, putting my spells back.
And I think we just come to the decision that we'll get there as fast on the boat, so the teleport is just the same
Yeah.
time but riskier.
It's just an unnecessary risk. Yeah.
Yup.
We would only do that if I don't know.
Pressed for time.
We would only do that if sailing through a crest was just impossible. Like we were like a rest on site or something, but we're not.
Yeah.
Get along.
No, don't delete them. I like that.
Yeah, leave the notes. The notes are neat.
They make the map feel lived in.
Yeah.
Flavor.
So,
Oh, water breathing ritual cast first thing. So here's your.
What about aid?
E100 and aid at 5th level.
okay.
Do keep in mind that it's
Did I get
an
my-
8-hour buff, so like there is some decision as to when to cast it, because obviously we are awake
Water
for more
breathing's
than 8
ritual, though,
hours.
isn't it?
No,
Oh,
water breathing is,
you
but
talking about
aid.
Yeah, water
Ah,
breathing
So-
also has somatic components, so I have to roll that sweet
Yeah.
D100
Water
magic.
breathing, you complete the ritual.
Yeah, water breathing for the next.
So water breathing's 24.
Yas. Actually, it's 10 willing creatures, so whoever else wants water, have it.
Nice.
I will, however, not give it to the dragonborn in armor.
I was about to say, do we want anyone else to have it currently?
The
Yeah,
captain.
just crew people. We did that before in the ship or two ago.
Okay.
Everybody who is not that dragonborn captain has water. 7 of it.
I'm sure
Do
he's
you want me
very
to
sad
hold
about
aid,
it.
or y'all? Do you want to?
I would say just it's only one action, right? Just like when combat is remotely near cast aid.
Okay.
Because you could cast it now and then be fight in the evening, you know.
All right, that's
Yeah,
fair.
I'm gonna just letting you know, Owen. I'm gonna shuffle some spells around just to make
No
sure
worries.
you know I am not bullshitting you.
I'll try to remind you, Rune.
What? Oh, for aid. Thank you.
In case we run into the sword, I'm gonna take locate object. Or in case we get near where the sword might be, I'm gonna take locate object.
Amity, but
Also taking fine steed in case we need to get across desert terrain.
do
Oh, we got the carpet.
y'all want me to take the commune with Eidolon spell or some site, or maybe or speak with dead? Speak with dead could be.
I don't think you need circle and teleport if I have circle as well.
Yeah, I'd argue that you probably don't need to prepare circle anymore with Enzo, because Enzo, you can get yours back in an hour, can't you? And the chance that we would usually have to cast teleportation circle, chances are we could probably rest for an hour anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, it's true. If you have a minute of downtime, you probably have an hour,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
unless I am dead. But
That's what we bring Revivify for. Don't worry about it.
Thanks.
Oh yeah. What about the return to library card?
okay. I guess Owen, to finally bring you in. Can I one thing I wanted to find out, maybe by chatting with our captain's close associates, like what are they called? Those two storm sorcerers,
Messiah and Marik.
Sai and Marek. Yep. Hector asked me to gain his trust to take off my shirt and show him. He looked at. I'm assuming he was checking for some sort of chest tattoo or something else weird on my chest. Could I try to inquire with Visaya and Marek about
Sure.
what that might be?
It's Okay, yeah, so they are currently on deck, quietly, just chatting amongst themselves. Periodically, you see Marek he's been taking a break and taking control of the winds and waves around the ship, which has been helping ensure your swift journey. So having a storm sorcerer on board is quite useful. Yeah,
I'll,
approachable.
I'll approach Messiah. Well, or if they're both together, then both of them.
Yeah. Enzo,
Messiah?
what are you looking for?
How are things?
Fair. Doing alright, I suppose. Just passing time. Things get less exciting the closer we get to other people.
Do you sail
Yeah.
through Acreus and further often, or is this about the furthest you usually go?
I've been a few times, but normally stay back at the island.
So,
Last time I was here was about 5 years ago.
oh shit. How was it then? Was it different? Was it not getting attacked every 2 seconds?
They've always been firm, but I don't know, it was a nice enough place. Good wine.
And 10 gates? Been there?
Once, but that was a long time ago. Well, the king, actually. But, strange place. Lots of shrines, temples.
Too religious there or what?
Sacred, I'd say, rather than religious.
To that, I don't know.
Yeah. There's shrines to Eidolon, dead folk. Ways of life. Monasteries and the like.
Interesting. Wanted to ask you. I was doing some business with the captain a few days ago. I don't know how much he tells you.
Not a lot, we don't ask. But, what happened?
Well, before he'd agreed to do this business with me, he asked me to, it's gonna sound weird, asked me to take off my shirt. And he checked for something
Right.
on my chest. Is this, you know what this is all about? I must admit this is not a request I've had before. Well, not in that manner.
You catch her briefly, her eyes kind of flick up to where Marek is by the mast before returning to you. Well, he tried asking the same of me once, but live to regret it. No, I don't. Why?
I
He's
just,
I think paranoia is a part of life for him, given his trade.
it's a very specific paranoia though. He didn't ask me to put away my weapons or to, you know, he didn't set up we have a lantern that reveals invisibility. He doesn't have something like that. He was checking for something very specific.
Maybe he just wanted to, well, I don't know.
I would like to see if she does know with an insight check.
Sure.
Well, obviously, feel free to tell me what the insight check tells me, but my goal is to learn whether she's hiding it. That is a 22.
22. Yeah, she's definitely not telling you all she knows.
Okay, but okay, yeah, fair enough.
Well, I hope that's the last of it.
Yeah, hopefully, it's smooth sailing. I I get to use that
Yeah,
literally
well.
for once.
He's an eclectic. He's a eccentric man, Hector. Good, trustworthy, but got his own fair share of oddities.
Do you always sail on the ship whenever he goes, or just sometimes?
No, he's got in good with the King of Nowhere, so we could say we're a workplace benefit of some kind. Enhanced
Yeah.
security.
Mm-hmm. It's quite a lot of security for this ship, and quite a lot of how do I put this, honeycomb forces, making it quite far from the Isles.
Well, what can I say? He's old king's wanting to try and uh, see how much weight his crown holds, I suppose. Originally, it was just to get the money from Macoon, but well, we were all there for that. I'm just just glad things are happening again. I mean, sat in that tower for, well, you must see a fair share of action. You're a pretty hard and looking bunch, you lot.
A lot more recently than before.
I miss it. That seems like things are kicking off, so my eyes open.
How do I put this? I feel like if you're looking for action, there's in today's world there's there's a lot you can find.
Here's what I'm counting on.
Well, no action in Locreas though, right? We're just sailing through. Gonna be nice and peaceful.
That's why I'm here. Shouldn't be, no.
She's the more martial type, I recall. She jumps
Yeah.
into melee. Her brother is just like a straight up sorcerer. Okay.
Shouldn't be, no. Hector's one of the more personable of the King's Court.
Well, thanks.
Yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
So I can be more help.
That's all right. I'm sure. I'm sure
I
it's
think
not
nothing
that.
of it.
Yeah. I'm sure it's not that big a deal.
He's a very suspicious man.
Maybe just
Always has been since he was young.
maybe just a guy he used to know or something. Anyway,
He knows a lot of people, so here we are.
I politely, say goodbye and extricate myself.
Give you a smile. Says goodbye. Soren, you were eavesdropping. You do notice that once Enzo leaves, she goes up and has a brief whispered conversation with Marek, though they are you're unable to hear. They are speaking very quietly and very low. But it's brief. It's a brief exchange of a handful of sentences, and then they go back to their places on the ship.
Just out of curiosity, looking to them.
Oh. Asking about that whole thing with the captain and looking at my chest.
Oh, whatever it is. Back straight.
Yeah, I saw her glance at her brother. It's like, wonder what that means.
Oh,
It-
well. Between you and I'd like to get through.
I guess Vigil's hearing because we're on the earpiece.
Let's us. people out, does it?
Yeah.
No, not the Soren would.
You take the earpiece off if you don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
Um,
it does is in at the minute, so you'll hear it.
Yeah, I go. Yeah, I don't want to fuck with it. I'm really curious as to what's going on, but I don't want to fuck with the two of them because they're smart enough not to be fucked with.
I wouldn't want to fight two storm sorcerers on the.
It's not about fight so much, just like piss off.
Making enemies of people when they're in their element is generally a bad idea.
Yeah. Do you think it's curious though that the ship is sailing this far for us with all these? I mean, that's a lot of.
They
How
were
do I
going to
put this?
Acraeus anyway, weren't they?
What are they?
I mean, from what the captain's made apparent, I think he's been to Acraeus numerous times. I think if it's routine at this point, it's just not too much of a stretch.
And also, were they going to 10 gates anyway? Probably, surely not. She says she says she hasn't been
gates
to
might be
Acraeus in
new.
5 years.
We did the king quite a favor,
We did save his life.
and we saved an island.
We also kind of were the ones that put his life in danger, but
It's not.
I'm just, I get those feelings. Like, they've got their own motives here.
Oh, absolutely. Not sure they.
Yeah, I guess as long as we're in parallel with them for the next bit, it's fine. They can do whatever.
How long?
Maybe I'll snoop around just a little bit.
Have to kill a boat full of people.
Okay. That's seen and seen.
Like,
However, I would like to later that night.
Okay.
I would like to. The ship has a. Describe the decks to me.
So there is a the lowest deck is mostly for storage and
Mhm.
ballast. It's also where the brig is. It's where they stored the chest of money. Then there is sort of the main lower deck, which is mostly crew quarters and Weasel's kind of domain. This is another room, kitchen, and various other rooms. There is the top deck open to the air, there is a captain's cabin at the back of the ship, just beneath the poop deck, and they have the capability of essentially erecting like a canvas cover slash a tent or a lean-to kind of on the deck, should they need it. Well, on particularly sunny days or particularly rainy days, they've set up, but tends to be rooms towards the back and then a more open space in the middle of the ship. So the middle and front.
Okay. So later that night, I will. Before I go to bed, because Enzo tends to go pretty late, so it's probably past midnight. I'm going to cast invisibility on myself. And then I can get the slot back, because that's not a spell that breaks invisibility, that's just an action. And I will sneak towards the entrance to the lowest deck. Stairs or ladder or whatever it is. I'm obviously still staying quiet because I... Just invisibility, not silence.
Okay. So your rooms are on that main lower deck.
Mhm.
Um,
Not the lowest, not the cargo hold, though.
no, not the cargo hold, no.
So I'd like to make my way toward the cargo hold, which might be... The reason I'm doing invisibility is it might be out of the way. It might be like, if you're going in this direction, there's only one place you could be going.
Yeah. There's sort of ladders that descend between decks. There is one near the center of the ship that descends into the cargo hold, as well as the main sort of hatches that run through from the top deck. And that is it's in the same open space as the crew quarters, so you would be seen otherwise.
So I will be invisible and hopefully not be seen.
Yeah, make me a stealth check with advantage.
How does a 25 do?
Okay. Creeping through the crew's quarters, a couple of sailors you recognize are playing a card game, quietly, sort of underneath their hammocks. It's a handful asleep in their cots. You assume the day shift with sailors that help operate the ship during the night up on deck. The two actual bunks the two rooms that Merrick and Versailles occupy, kind of. I'm describing this very badly. You come out into the corridor. There are the Merrick and Versailles rooms here, and then the deck opens up, and at the far end of it is the ladder down. Yeah,
Enzo
but yeah,
has
you can make your way to the ladder.
Enzo has an idea. So like I start going that way and then I pause. And on the earpiece, either of you awake?
No, I am.
Vigil, take your earpiece off and go back to sleep.
Yeah, what do you need?
No,
I
I'm
need
awake now.
I need an earpiece from one of you.
What?
Just for like a couple hours. Just for the night. Half the night.
What are you there for?
Snooping? I'm going to leave it somewhere and turn it on, and it will transmit what I hear over there to me.
Did I do that?
We'll find out. If not, I will return it to you in like 10 minutes.
Seems reasonable.
I should probably keep mine, given that my memories have been sort of fucked with.
Yeah, Vigil, I'll
That's
grab
true.
yours since you're asleep anyway.
I mean, I could just ask Glimmer to go. Actually, no.
As much as I like Glimmer,
Something smaller
Without
that doesn't require
disability.
food. Right.
and also, frankly, he's louder than me.
Yeah, that's
That as well.
I will go grab your earpiece, Vigil.
You're greeted by a vigil who was asleep. This opens that just hands you the earpiece. Currently not wearing a shirt. Just dink. There you go.
Okay.
Door.
Yep.
And it's
I don't
not
say anything.
the only door you hear. As you're in Vigil's room, you hear a door open and close in the corridor.
Towards where Merrick and Versailles' rooms are?
Yes.
I say to Soren, okay, stay very quiet. Just don't give me away. There might be something happening right now. I'll tell you. I'll keep you in the loop.
right. So I'll start yodeling as loudly as possible. Now shut up.
I quietly make my way toward that door
Okay.
in that direction.
Exiting Vigil's room.
I don't think I even entered. We just like handed off to the door.
Okay.
Yep.
Turning back into the room, you can see that quite quietly, actually, Visaya and Marek have just finished making their way down to the end of the crew's quarters. Visaya is about halfway up the ladder to the top deck. You can see it disappear onto the top deck. Marek just watch hit runes of magic trace their way around him as he kind of just levitates.
I only heard one door?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I've solved the puzzle. There's Cersei and Jamie. They're fucking.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, I hate it.
I can safely say you're not right.
I'd like to bet it all on that.
Yikes.
And that's how Enzo ended up owing the Game Master money into a very, very strange turn of events.
Okay. So they're both going upstairs to the top deck?
Yeah.
I will let them pass. Stay very still and wait a minute to make sure they're well out of earshot.
Yeah. You see Marek just up.
And I would like to test this theory I've got. So I want to take the earpiece, put it, I guess it'd be like under a table or something, you know, attach it with like, I've got a gluey substance of some kind.
Something.
Sure, you know, bubble gum.
Sure.
Attach it underneath a table and see if I can turn it on and do the so it's transmitting and I can hear.
Unfortunately, you can't hear what's coming through it.
Okay, so it has to be worn for that feature to work, I imagine.
Seems like it.
Well, I tried. Let's sneak on down. I sneak on down toward the cargo hold.
Okay. Yeah, that's 25. No one notices you. Velga, one of the sailors, gets dealt a bad hand, kind of slams it down, and then immediately goes, right, well, yeah, you're fine. Fine, I'll pay you back half my week's pay. I'm done playing for the night. Stands up. There's the squeak of his chair on the deck, and he stomps off to a hammock, sort of 3 down, and kind of pause, wait, make your way through, quiet as a mouse.
I also keep mental track of distances and heights. So like how much I've descended. So I'm building a 3D model of the ship in my head, sort of.
Okay. As you get to the ladder, the front end of the ship, sort of the door to Weasel's tiny little cabin, opens, and you see Weasel
Oh, Weasel.
just in his canvas trousers. Looks like he's maybe a third of the way through shaving. And he's a hairy-chested man. Steps out hunched. Looks around, and then dives at the corner of the corridor and stands up, turns around with a small and rather kind of thin and malnourished looking rat in his hand and a smile on his face. He kind of happily goes back into his small cabin.
Actual weasel. Oof.
Okay.
Are we
Sneak
sure
past-
the iguana's the one who got changed into a person? Like, are we sure the iguana's the one that's been awakened and not this fucker?
No, Weasel's definitely an awakened Weasel. Didn't we learn that straight up?
Yeah, he told us.
Yeah, the captain
Just-
told you.
Just, what the fuck?
So an awakened iguana and awakened
Okay.
weasel.
I make my way toward the door or the cargo hold. I don't know if there's a locked door at some point.
No, there's just a ladder down,
Oh. This is going to be easier than I thought.
and yeah, it's a deck filled with barrels, crates, quite neatly. perhaps expect something more disorganized than a pirate vessel. But no, everything seems quite neatly organized and taken into an account. There is near about 2/3 of the way down what would actually be sort of where the cabins start at the back end of the ship. The back half of the ship is walled off by wooden bars. Kind of like a prison cell, but
Okay. I will approach that. So it seems like maybe. Okay. I'll approach that, stand right by the wall, and activate Ghostly Gaze.
okay. It is filled. I say filled. There are some chests here that are filled with more luxurious trade goods. A couple are clearly contraband. Suspicious packages in containers of other shapes. You recognize drug smuggling when you see it. But other than that, it's what you'd expect. At about 30 feet, I mean, you pretty much see through the entire ship.
I only have a minute to prevent this ability from being hilariously busted. Keep in mind it's only a minute, and I imagine it's like X-rays. You have to like choose the depth, right, that you're looking at.
I'd assume so. Yeah.
Because otherwise, how would you? If there's a chest inside a chest, which one would you?
Yeah. Yeah, but you get the sense of people above you, sort of in the haze of overlapping frequencies, as it were.
Hmm. I guess I don't see a smoking gun, but I will. First, I will have a look around the main cargo hold. I'll spend maybe 20 minutes doing this. Not too long. Maybe even 10. Looking for hidden things.
Oh, you find 6.
Yeah, okay.
Like there are multiple hidden hidey holes throughout this space. There is about a half a foot hollow space between the ceiling of this deck and the floor of the next, and there are various small packages scurried away there. Kind of, yeah. It's that scene in Firefly where they find the smuggling compartment. It's that multiple, well hidden and well crafted smuggling compartments stop the ship.
All right. Well, so as not to spend all night on this, I'm going to cast Dimension Door and go into that back compartment through the wall.
Okay, you're there.
Let's look around here, because maybe the really secret shit is stashed here. I'm not stealing anything. If it's, gems or gold, I'm like, whatever. But I'm looking for something unusual.
Okay. Maybe perception check.
Investigation?
Perception.
Oh. Interesting.
He was negotiating. He's going to try and bargain it down to persuasion soon.
I may have triggered an alarm. 11.
Okay. You do spot one odd thing. It's quite far at the back of this room. There is a creature curled up on top of one of sort of where 2 chests are next to each other. There's kind of a little valley, and they're curled up in there. You recognize Iguana. Or the Iguana.
Huh. Seems to be asleep.
Yeah, looks like it.
I think I'll quietly go about my business.
Okay. So what was it you're looking for again? Something more than gold and gems, right?
Yeah, something out of the ordinary, essentially. Like, I'm fully expecting this ship to have contraband, to be carrying all sorts of trade goods and weird stuff. But I'm looking for something unexpected.
Okay. There is one chest. For one, it is lead lined. And yet, what it contains are coral spheres that are about 4 or 5 inches in diameter. Kind of like almost like a pufferfish, spiked. Additionally, a handful of blue sapphires.
Soren, have we seen coral spheres before? Like I describe what they look like.
What do you want from me, Alex?
I can't check.
Me 3.
Not that you've heard of. Unsure.
I'm sorry, did you say spiked coral spheres about 4 to 5 inches?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no clue.
Okay. Just reminded me of like some stuff we saw down below, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. What else is in the box with it?
Sapphires?
They're big?
Are they big?
Yeah, they're about an inch or so in size,
Decent
Oh, yeah.
size sapphires.
and worked.
What's my estimate as
What
someone
they've
who's
been-
traded gems before?
Ooh. Well, initial estimate would be about 15,000 gold pieces worth of gemstones in here.
Shit.
That estimate goes up when you realize within each are the tiny pinpricks of flickering runes of magic.
Shit.
I glanced at the iguana. Asleep.
Iguana looks back at you.
Oh, it's not asleep. Hello, my friend.
Ah.
I hadn't seen you in a while. I guess this is where you hold up.
So I can keep an eye on the contraband.
I'm not stealing the contraband for what it's worth, or my pockets would already be full.
How much my silence worth to you?
I pull my bag of holding out and then start digging around and pull out, 5 packages of that weed I had. Does this do anything for you?
I want a favour.
Motherfucker's fey, I knew it!
Your wizard friend. I want a favour from him. Nothing crazy.
Enzo is paused in thought for a while.
The iguana gives you a cunning stare.
Everything all right down there?
Give me 24 hours.
I'm happy to wait until we make port.
My wizard friend has made some bad deals before, and it might take me some time to convince him. But I will do my
Haven't we
best.
all? But iguana scurries over the chest top.
I guess I just
Offers
turn
you
back.
a single lizard hand. Do we have an accord?
I was like looking down at the gem I was holding, and then I turn back up and shake the lizard hand.
The iguana solemnly nods.
I roll an investigation check.
So it is, so it is. I'll keep my lips shut.
I'm not sure reptiles have lips, but
Anyway, it's nice to see the crew take such precautions in ensuring the safety of their goods.
anyway, I'll just continue what I was doing.
Don't mind old iguana. I'll just be here, watching your every move.
As I was shaking the iguana's hand, can I roll an investigation just because I'm up close to
Sure.
it? I'm looking for weird marks, maybe. Is it literally a normal iguana, or can I notice something? Visually notice. That is 23.
23. Brightly patterned, orange and blue.
Okay.
Just green.
I think they can be a lot of colors. Even thinking of like chameleons.
It's a strange pattern, though, on the back. It doesn't seem to repeat. You might expect animals' pattern to have some kind of recurring pattern, but it seems to be an entirely unique kind of pattern from neck to tail. And less patches of color and more kind of lines, streaks of color.
Okay. Well, that was, I looked at it briefly while we shook hands.
Yeah.
Weird as that
The
is.
iguana then goes off back into the darkness and curls up.
I hold the weird magic sapphire in my hand, and I use a first level arcane trickster slot and cast Identify on it.
Cool. It is a spell gem that contains the spell Summon Water Elemental.
That's cool. I will then do this.
You learn that the gem would be essentially destroyed on use, that you crush the gemstone and it summons the creature.
Okay, that's cool. I'll do the same to the little coral balls.
They're essentially hand grenades.
That's kind of the vibe I was getting.
Utter the command word. And lob them.
Boo.
You can essentially have it explode in 1 to 3 rounds, and it causes. Well, it explodes in spines in the local area.
I put everything back, getting rid of any traces of my tampering. And I say to the iguana, now you saw that I didn't take anything. So if
That'd
anything
be-
does go missing, it's not me. It's someone else. That's not good.
I trust you.
Sure. Is this just where you stay? I haven't. You go above ship at all? Don't like the fresh air?
The sun shines, but sometimes the birds look at me all hungry.
So you are up there sometimes.
And if I have to be completely honest with you, I don't like the way that weasel looks at me either.
Okay. Because
I
I have
like
to-
sleeping behind bars.
I have to get back to you, but it's not easy to get in here for me.
Oh,
Can I
don't
meet you
worry.
upstairs?
I'll find you.
I love it. And I cast Dimension Door, just like, no, goodbye. And I
Yeah,
Go-
go on, Blinks and surprise.
go straight to my cabin.
I have my earpiece back.
Yep, there's a knock on your door.
Later on, Vigil. He pretty much just opens the door and an arm comes out, like palm out.
That was a waste of time, sorry.
It's fine.
Yep.
He goes back, lays back down.
Tessoran, the earpiece. That was a waste of time.
Wow. What would you guys stick it under the table?
What? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they don't work if they're
Hmm. You tried that before?
out to my.
It was worth a try.
Vigil, take your earpiece out and go back to sleep.
Do you find anything in?
I'm gonna wait for this conversation to end. Does I miss anything?
No, that's the thing. I have hunches, but I suspect anything that would confirm my hunches would be in the captain's cabin or in Visay and Marek's cabin, and I don't want to disturb that. They could have magical alarms, they could have all sorts of stuff.
You have a
They could be neck deep in each other by now. Who knows?
They did exit out of the same room.
spare sip.
Oh, they're siblings? I didn't know.
Aren't they?
Something. Anyway,
Shows how much I pay attention.
yeah, no, there's a lot of contraband, but it's all boring contraband. Go back to sleep, guys. I'm just being paranoid.
Well, one of us has to be.
Yeah, we trade off, don't we? When
Hey,
it's
what
not me,
rhymes
it's
with
you.
Ecclesia? Anything wrong with Ecclesia? Ecclesia?
What?
Parties? Ecclesia?
Ecclesia?
What?
Amnesia, if you pronounce it weird.
Please, yeah, says Connor.
That's Sylvan.
No, it's colloquial for please you.
I'm going to sleep.
You can make it a dirty song.
The wreck of the Ecclesia was caused by pleasing you.
I mean, if you want to make it,
I'm taking my earpiece out now.
you you literally lost memory. The amnesia is up to you.
So did the Dragonborn sword.
Okay,
They
I've
would
wasted
have
enough
them.
time.
Got him.
Enzo spends another hour thoughts swirling in his head and then falls asleep eventually.
Okay. Morning comes. And checking the map.
Oh, and by the way, just Just once again with the iguana. Do we have a code? That shit got me again. I had to stay muted throughout all of it again. I swear to God, man. The fucking iguana with the fucking Yorkshire accent. Jesus.
All I can say is thank you to all the people I met at uni.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it is, as Enzo said, plain and smooth sailing until there is the glimmer of civilization on the horizon.
Does our iguana friend find me within the next 24 hours?
No.
He said he was happy to wait until we docked anyway, so he's probably just going to wait till then.
If he doesn't find me within... So if it's the next day, and the next day goes by and it's pushing towards night, I will wait until, let's say, an hour before I did my thing the last night. So, if it was 1 a.m. before, I'll do this at midnight, 23 hours later.
Well, it's early afternoon that you begin approaching Aquarius itself.
Oh, shit, we're already there.
Yeah, 'cause the rest of the day you long rested. Then yesterday went by. Just slept. So we're on that set. Approaching the end of the second day.
Okay. I don't do anything. I wait.
Ah.
Go on.
Okay, you can see that you are approaching the coasts of, based on the map, two land masses. One further east and the one you're sailing along. Where they meet is the sun is beginning to approach the horizon, the sky beginning to become coloured with flame. There is a light burning on the horizon guiding your way. The ship's course turns and sails straight towards it. Other sails dotting the horizon, they have done for the last hour or so. The coast becoming visibly more fertile and populated lands. The land is slowly rising, cliffs growing, and you can see that just next to the light, almost obscuring it on the horizon, there is a mountain that rises up out of the sea. You approach ships, hail merchant ships. Periodically, you see war vessels, Achaean galleys, patrolling the sea. There are fishing ships, pleasure yachts, all kinds. But as the crew becomes more restless, even those that were sleeping raise themselves up and get up on deck. There is a cry as you round the headland of "Aquarius ho!" And you swing about, and you are confronted with what is about a mile away or so, a enormous dragon
What?
perched above a harbour, a great gout of flame emerging up into the sky from its maw. You see sailing down straits, so about half a mile that way, there are rocks and cliffs rising up, and what you seem to be a Creus to your right. Though on the left there is a structure, a complex that looks more palatial up on the cliffs above the sea, opposite the city itself. And as you swing in, getting closer and closer to Aquarius itself, you see the city sprawling up the mountainside.
I'm on deck watching our approach. Holy shit, what is this?
Oh, fucking tits, this is cool. Also slightly blurry. Ah, there we go.
It'll take a second to load in.
Oh Jesus, this place is big.
Maybe more than a second.
Cool. Yeah.
Is this a Coon 2.0?
It's
Is this we
bigger.
spend lots of time here and then meet Palmir's cousin Dalmir?
are not staying here.
Or like
Map is amazing.
It is.
the polar opposite
Convenient
of Palmir,
from-
he's perfectly fine.
It's from Odyssey of the Dragon Lords.
Really pretty.
Holy shit, it is huge.
Oh, they're kind of built
God
like
damn.
Valencias or whatever. Anyway, they're like houses that are built in a square, but there's a big corridor, a garden in the middle.
Like Villa.
Yeah, there's the word.
Cool as shit.
Yeah.
You said Odyssey of the Dragon Lords?
Odyssey of the Dragon Lords.
that a-
Third party adventure
Third party?
Ow.
to give credit to where the map is from. But for us, it is Aquarius.
I thought you drew it under your pseudonym, Jay Stevenson.
And his many pseudonyms.
Damn, you've ratted me out, you scoundrel.
A cool signature.
No, I have.
Yeah, super cool.
This is very much not my work.
So that dragon breathing thing that's like a statue or a...
Yes, here. On the map, it looks like a person, but trust me, it's in fact an enormous
Sure.
dragon.
It is their version of the Colossus of Rhodes, yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
like a real dragon or a stone dragon?
It looks quite real from afar, but the closer you get, it is a dragon cast in metal. And yeah, your ship approaches.
Where's Madrash, whose name I cannot take seriously anymore after realizing it's Madrash.
The Drash.
Madrash. Madrash.
Mhm.
It's all in the pronunciation.
Chickenpox the dragon. Where's he
There
at?
was something I was, in preparation for this session, I wrote a name down and then said it out loud and immediately scrapped it. I can't remember what it was, but I was like, I don't think that's anything bad, but it might be, so I'm just gonna,
Mhm.
nope.
Yeah.
A Crayon General Cock and Balls.
Ah, cock and ball, yeah. Kuchenbill.
Okay.
So, yeah, your ship enters under the eyes of the dragon. And you enter the harbour.
Where is Madrash?
He is at the aft of the ship, looking at the city he loves. Proudly standing tall, ready to get home after a traumatic experience.
Cool. We're just sailing in. We're not. Did we contact anyone? Did he make any demands as we sailed in?
No.
Cool. All right. I'm watching him. You know what? I'm just standing beside him. He thinks I'm his best friend.
It is around, so as you're entering the harbour, Hector kind of pokes his head out of his cabin and goes, Hagos Madrash, have some paperwork. I don't suppose as an official you could come help old ailing merchant captain out, could you? Madrash goes, yes, of course, Kindred. I'll be right there.
Oh, yeah, it's a dragon.
Keep forgetting that.
Stomps over and disappears into Hector's cabin.
Hey.
Oh, they fucking no. Okay.
Hey, Ansel. I figured out a new trick. This. Thorin kind of saunters up to you, does a nifty little gesture with one arm, and asks a smoker.
Oh no. Oh no.
65, we're good.
It goes off.
And, poof!
What a great time for a 60-foot fireball.
There is... Standing next to you, there is a rather small red dragonborn with kind of ambery brown eyes, kind of looking up at you. Ta-da!
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I poke your. I boop the snoot. I poke your
It is.
your dragon.
The snoot is boopable. It is a real boopity
Right.
boop snoot.
So you're not an illusion.
Nope.
Hmm.
Illusion. What am I hiding? Sorry.
Transmutation, I see, not illusion. I can't do that actually.
Well, it was. I think it was in a book. I've had it kicking around for ages, and the accent's gonna be hard. I just have
It was
to
in the
not
book,
talk.
unlike all those other spells you cast.
Vigil wanders over and is supremely confused for a few seconds.
The
Just
tail
pauses,
waves
goes,
at you. Oi!
Soren?
Yeah! No. My name is Soren! Sorenaxi! I don't fucking know. He says something intelligible in Dragonborn and shrugs.
If Madrash sees you and sees a new Dragonborn, just disembark quickly before he climbs, before he's back up here.
Oh, no, I'm not... if he sees me, I'll just pick a Dragonborn.
Oh, you can just keep doing it?
Hang on. And I'm green. And different face, different spines.
Is that really how Ultra Self works?
You can change it.
It's 1 hour and you can change whatever appearance, whatever statistics, whatever thing you have feature as Alter Self within 1 hour, you can keep changing it as an action.
It's really to change your appearance again. That's sick.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay, cool. Yeah, don't let him see you disguising yourself. That'll get him suspicious.
yeah, no. And he kind of looks around with his little snake eyes and then back to normal wizard. But, I figured it was useful. I mean, I could even be an elf or something. Really wanted for an hour. Neat, huh? Provided I don't cast it incorrectly. Hey, speaking of casting things incorrectly, we're not staying here, right?
I'm asking about that the moment I see anyone who would know.
Yeah, because,
Yeah, Merrick Messiah, the captain.
Speaking of, Hector emerges from his cabin, followed by Sire, who kind of steps out, a hand on her sword, checks the deck of the ship, and then keeps going. Hector turns, closes the door, pulls out a key, and locks it.
Didn't he go in there with Madrash
He did.
and came out with Messiah?
I locked the door behind.
I make way to approach as if I'm asking a question, but I'm also on the way in doing that thing where I look for illusions or disguises.
Okay. Ah, Enzo. Welcome to Aquarius. It's a fine city.
Investigation is pretty
No,
low.
they appear to be themselves.
Where's Madrash?
Had a bit much to drink last night. He's sleeping it off.
Deeply hungover.
Is that how we're doing this? Okay.
For now.
What is the plan for the next, 24 hours, if I may ask?
Well, for me, I'm going to make contact. Have the current situation all wrapped up. We have to make this quick. The Harbour Master's coming. I will make contact and let you know if there's anything further you need to know. As for yourselves, are you wishing to continue with me? Or are you wishing me to continue with you to 10 gates, or are you making your own way from here?
Based on what we saw by looking at the map, it's like 2 days of sailing from here to 10 gates, and
Indeed.
it would get us to where we need to go.
Well, to keep up the pretense of being merchants, we are... okay, he's gone too. We have a couple of minutes. To keep up the pretense of being merchants, I will, of course, have to keep the ship harbored here overnight.
Mhm.
The legitimate goods will be sold to the various warehouses in the docks, new stock brought on board, and various specialist goods will need to be offloaded, but those arrangements have been made in advance. As for yourselves, well, enjoy the city for a night, really. I'm,
Or we can
try
find
not
an
to make
artificer.
yourselves too famous. Artificer? Ah, well, they're not quite so technologically inclined this side of the rift. Well, safe to say we got good at fighting early on and don't really see much reason to change our ways. For the arm.
Yeah.
Temples are your best bet. There's a fair few scattered through the city.
We have
There's the Divine Armory up on top of the hill. Maybe a priest there. There's the temple to Hopalon.
I'm sorry, to who?
Hopalon, patron of the city.
If I ask him to point that out, by which I mean point it out on the map for us.
Slap bang in the middle. Points at. And so the city itself is predominantly built of a kind of a sandy white stone. Slated. Red slated roofs. And you can see, up on this hill, kind of rising up above the city, is this grand temple structure. Dark roofs and complex around it. It stands tall. Actually, there are two almost plateaus, cliff-sided hills in the city on which more opulent structures appear to be built, being here and here. But yes, Hector points you to this kind of district of the city. Yes. Of course, if you're trying to keep yourselves on the down low, it's more heavily guarded. The royal palace is up that way, and well, they like to keep the temples safe. But to give you a quick rundown, you've got the docks to the south and, well, all along the coast. And you've got the wing, which is basically the slums running between the two hills. Western Hill, you've got banks, markets, the Agore, the more commercial, the aligned parts of the city, and then here you have temples, the palace, theatre, fancy folk.
What was the slums called again? He named it
The wings.
the Wings. Okay, which is the low-lying parts.
Yeah, sort of this valley here, mainly.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Make this hand gesture at people. That
Well, they care quite a bit about the old ways. Well, you've gone for a fetching green scale, I see.
I've dropped that.
Oh, okay.
Because Enzo
You've gone for your normal self, I see.
I don't know who else I would be, so yeah.
Well, clans are mostly by color, but it's not explicit. We can earn a place among other clans if we prove ourselves.
Their hierarchy here.
Well, the Reds. Well, the current monarch is a Red, as are most of the military. They seem to run the place, though there's not exclusively.
Are we going to be penalized, attacked, whatever, if we don't adhere to any specific traditions? Is this place big on religious restriction?
If you're heading to the commercial district, you're expected to make a donation at the gate in gold coin. If you enter a temple, you have to go barefoot and without weapons other than those of the temple itself. So don't go into the Temple of Hopalon carrying anything but a shield.
Okay.
They are quite arsy about that one.
I
Now-
imagine there are signs saying, "Hi, don't enter this place with an axe," or "Hi, enter this place with a longsword only."
You're not going to be looked down upon as, well,
Oh, we're fairly foreigners.
yes, you're not the dragon's blood going through your veins. You'll be treated civilly.
Oh,
We've
sorry.
left those ways long behind us, but
Common language, lingua franca here is term because we're not in that world. Is Draconic or common?
Draconic between kindred and common between anyone else. No, both are commonly spoken.
Most people speak common here. Then. These two won't have to worry. Mine sounds like I learned it out of a book, which I did.
There's a few stubborn old folk that might talk the dragon's tongue in front of you to, well, make themselves feel more important. But people that do that aren't worth paying attention to.
We have our own tongue to do such things with anyway. I say in Infernal, this is always a good backup to have.
Precisely, he says in Infernal.
Hey.
Not surprising.
Well, wouldn't be a very good merchant if I can communicate with all the peoples of the world. Now, if you're looking for a good time, as the Horn, it's the best tavern in town, and the Scales of Pleasure, if that's your fancy.
What's at the scales of pleasure, Captain?
Oh God.
I get it.
Physical pleasures. Intimacy.
It's a fucking brothel. Just say it's a brothel.
Like a massage.
Exactly. Cater to all sorts. But yes. It's a big fucking city. You can find what you want.
Here's a
Don't
question.
step on any dragon tails and you'll make it through.
Here's a
Tails.
Here's a question. Some of us have the power to teleport to places, but it requires a circle. You wouldn't know anything about where we might find one. Cities like this typically have multiple.
I'm not privy to them.
Okay.
There may be one in the city, but the clan heads tend to keep such lofty powers to themselves.
I'm a scholar from a visiting.
Ooh, maybe there's some
Okay.
mages around, and you could be like a representative of the
They're
obelisk.
not quite as respectful to the power of commerce and coin here as they are in Akun. More beholden by tradition and protocol.
Yeah.
Perhaps an
Well, if you're
old-fashioned
looking
martial
for-
challenge goes further here then.
Maybe. If you're looking for your kind, though, there's the academy up on the mountainside,
Thank you.
behind the royal palace. Philosophers and arcanists debating the nature of the world and all sorts.
Where's the academy while I'm labeling everything?
The academy is.
Oh, it's like, where's a good place for it? Fuck.
No,
Fuck.
I have a legend.
What do you think?
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Guys, what do you think they call it? The academy. I'll write it. I enjoy
Yeah.
writing.
Up here.
Oh, up here.
These buildings up here.
Nice.
Okay. I would like
Places
to.
to purchase magical equipment, etc.
He told us about the marketplace.
I mean, are there any specialist places? I'm looking for Palmia tier.
Specialist.
We could probably ask the marketplace.
No, I mean, again, the clan heads, the rich, the powerful here. Well, it's all private dealings and such. There's, just to spend enough time here, you can find a buyer or a seller, but
Fair.
no, again, it's not quite the same devotion to commerce that you find in Akun. But the Agora is here. Points at a low structure on top of this hill.
Sorry, the what?
The what? Sorry.
The Agora. Filled with various forms of trade. Agora. He's got the
Did I spell that right?
organic goods. I think, but
Ah, okay.
oh, sorry, the Great Agora. I read my notes wrong.
Oh, all right.
Mm.
But they have the various forms of trade there. So if you're looking to buy wine, produce, crafted goods, clothing, raw materials, each has a region of the Agora.
There's a way to get my arm back to normal so I can stop worrying about randomly exploding things if I cast magic.
There's a circle of druids in the city that might be worth speaking to.
Ooh.
They're a strange group there. They'll find them by
Sorry,
the door, actually.
What?
The Garden of Law.
Right by the Great Agora. Problem with druids is they usually don't care when you shove coin in their face.
That's fine. Go for them. And I don't mean that sexual.
We didn't imply, but if you want to fuck a tree, then by all
That'd be
means.
interesting.
I'd recommend not fucking their trees. It'd be rather painful.
Oh, do you have a first-hand experience?
You'll see what I mean if you go there.
Presumably prickly then.
They get very sappy.
Especially.
Is that the
To Vigil, not to you, Enzo. And I would recommend not saying anything like that once you're there.
I mean,
Easy.
I imagine so. I may have the social graces of a dead man, but at the same time, I understand basic etiquette. And
Ah,
such.
one more thing. It's rare for them to make public appearances, but if any of the Drakir dragons, true dragons, come out, you are expected to kneel.
I'm sorry, actual dragons.
Yes.
Okay.
How many?
A handful that I know of. But there's all sorts of rumors.
I won't be claiming loyalty to any of them, but sure.
More about deference than fealty.
Hmm.
Creature that could easily destroy you in a single bite walks up to you and says, "Kneel." The pragmatic thing to do. Kneel. I don't think
I know. I'm aware. We've dealt with one before, and I don't wish to repeat the experience. He didn't try to kill you.
Oh.
Anyway, it'll be easy to tell. The whole city will drop to their knees. And, yeah.
Yeah.
One last question.
None of you are bards, are you?
Sister is.
It's considered divine sacrilege to, just don't take after your sibling. Don't. It's taboo to try and fuck a dragon.
Oh.
Look, I'm just saying there have been adventurers like yourselves in the past who have met somewhat unfortunate ends for not showing the proper respect.
No, presumably they didn't take them out to the Red Restaurant.
Oh god.
No, and it's, again, comes to the clans. They don't like bloodlines and inheritance becoming muddier than it already is.
Grand.
So there we are.
Don't-
Pay respect, don't fuck with the politics, and you'll make it through the night okay.
Don't fuck with the politics, don't try to fuck with anyone. I have a question. Are Enzo and myself going to get any particular grief for how we are? I imagine certain things never happened
No.
this far side of the world,
Your,
so...
your cousins didn't try and take our city, so you'll be treated like anyone else here.
Well, that's refreshing.
Basically, what you're saying is don't fuck around and don't fight.
Yes.
Gentlemen, do you want to come with me, or... I don't mind. Sort of my problem. Kind of gestures at his arm.
Yeah, no, let's go with you. Looking
I think, yes. Going
looking
with
at the
each other must be
city,
quite nice.
yeah, definitely. Looking at the city, is anyone flying over it? Is there a decent number of... Is there any flying creatures or things we can see?
A few giant eagles, actually.
But if we rode a broom and or a carpet, we would stand out like a lot.
A reasonable amount.
Which would be fine if we were like in a coon. It's fine if we stand out a bit. But here we don't want to stand out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're walking. I mean, if we really need to fly somewhere, I can turn us all invisible, but obviously I can't do that forever.
I don't particularly care, but we're really trying not to stand out.
I mean, it's not about being looked at, it's about what if someone comes up to inspect you and then there's trouble and then they're like, wait, weren't you on that? I don't know. And that leads back to the ship, and then they're like, hey, that ship looks a lot like the one that was spot. I don't know. I'm just saying lie low.
I can do that. I mean, I think at this point, we're strangers in a new place. The strangest look we'll get is, oh, aren't you new?
Hmm.
And the fact that you and I don't have the same reputation, Enzo, which is grand.
Besides, we'll see more of the city on foot.
True. I think, I'll say this on the earpiece, just... I think it might be worth trying to keeping our heads down, but also trying to maintain a little amount of time here as possible. If things start to go south, we need an exit quickly, and given the situation with our militaristic friend, if something goes awry, we need an exit.
Teleport us to the side of the world?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We're not in danger here unless we put ourselves in danger.
Right, so circle lower first, or what?
Sounds like a plan.
If you want.
Let's try there first, druids. Capable of... Actually, never really met one, but... Heard about him.
Yeah, and I think with that, let's go for a break.
Yeah, we'll be back in 20th minute, y'all. I can't fucking talk, but we'll be back. Yeehaw.
Sick.
Yeehaw.
In
Hip. Doot. Hi, we're back. Hi. Wow, that's really loud. Hold on. Turn that down. Hello, we're back. My notifications on Twitter and Reddit are absolutely blowing up everything, so apologies for the delay. We're here. Hello. But yeah.
Oh, and we can hear your scraping or something.
My bad.
We're in a cruise. Doing Acraean things. Hopefully not fucking any dragons. Yeah.
It's only in an RPG, you know what I mean? Like, in the real version of that setting, he wouldn't say that, but because it's a game, it's like, well, of course you want to fuck anything that is intelligent.
He would have said it's also an issue with the dragons wanting to, have some fun times, but the clans being like, no! Your bloodline is important, you can't go spawning half-dragons across half the country.
I feel like the dragons would have loads of groupies.
Well, I mean, the fact that half the clans claim the name of the dragon as their sire, then yes, it's a somewhat biased situation.
Let's go for a walk, shall we?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Is this the gates to the market over here? Up this big ramp?
Yes, the main gates are here.
I will quietly advise Glimmer that maybe he should stay as a magpie or a squirrel in my collar. Avoid drawing attention to
I
himself.
will stay as a squirrel, I think. Yes.
Tuck him up under my hair. I've got some
Cool.
hazelnuts in here.
Oh, yes, please.
Bag of Up we go to the Circle of Lower. I will be making sure that my coin is tied under multiple levels of clothing, that all of my arcane notes are carefully strapped down and or hidden. All the things you do when walking into a city that is crowded and full of people, and you're expecting to get thefted from.
This city's more safe than a coon.
Doesn't
And we
matter.
go there all the time.
I am also carrying one of the great magical secrets of the ages. Just on my person, casually, so.
You could leave that on the boat.
Oh, hell no!
Fair enough.
We just leave this time magic laying around where anybody could find it. Yeah, I'll even make
Enzo
sure
will
that
leave
my
some things.
spell book is tucked into one of the pockets of my inner coat, tied in.
Okay. What's the first part of the city like that we walk through?
Busy. There are Dragonborn of... Well, that's a veritable walking rainbow. Although about less than half the population are as vividly coloured as the Dragonborn you have so far encountered in your adventures. Many are a somewhat kind of muddy mid-color, kind of a brown grey scales. From our world context, more of kind of a standard kind of lizard skin coloured people. Many of the soldiers, the colour of the scales do seem to come through a lot stronger. And yeah, it's about 30-40% of the population have the vividly coloured scales. But yeah, there you see there are humans, elves, gnomes going about their business as well. It seems a far more of a mixing pot here by the docks. And various structures offering all sorts of services. Clerical buildings. So you see Hector is in conversation with the harbour master, handing over various sheets of paper and a logbook. Enzo, you do notice some coins trading hand. And yeah, you are let loose upon the city. You can still very much smell the sea here, and the many stalls selling various seafoods, both fish cooked and raw, fills the air. It is a sunny day. Though the steep roofs and wide gutters in the street imply it's a city that does see its fair share of rain and foul weather. Quite lush. Many of the buildings have various rooftop gardens and hanging pots of various flowers and things, and it's a very beautiful city.
Okay. Vigil, you're carrying a carpet for me.
Sure, why not?
Oh, right. Maybe walking was better. I didn't see any of this.
Well, you could see all of it, but just the top half.
Well, right, but you know, like when you're down in it, it's sort of different.
Yeah.
Sure, lots of people here.
You don't get the sense of
Many-
scale.
Many of the buildings are also painted in bright colours.
Are there any metallic dragons here? Or is it all chromatic?
There are metallics. Here by the docks, you're seeing kind of a little bit of everybody, really. There's all the various shades of dragon that you have heard of in the stories. But predominantly, you're seeing brass, bronze, blue, and red dragonborn.
Thorn will look at the blue dragonborn with sort of a mixture of fondness, but also a little bit of wistfulness.
There's likely that perhaps the family of an old friend once walked these streets. Yes, there's a lot of shouting in Draconic, back and forth. Lots of haggling and trade. Sorry, my roll 20's being a bit unhelpful.
Does it start to change at all as we sort of approach the wings?
Oh, for sure. That the number of brightly hued dragonborn that you see definitely begins to drop off in the streets closer to the wings. Especially kind of as you round the corner here and you see the wings up to your north. You see it's still stone buildings, but they're a lot more ramshackle in their layout, built one atop the other. And folks are a lot more crammed in.
Hey, you guys got anything you want to offload? Like illegal stuff?
Once can we just avoid the criminal underbelly of?
I can't think of anything currently, no.
No, I don't have any.
Okay.
Oh, I think we've got some drugs or something.
I definitely do. But I don't think you do, is the point.
Through.
No, that's quite legal. Maybe rare, but we don't know.
Dragon seat for my.
That is true.
Okay. I pause as we're like getting ready to turn left and head up this ramp. I pause and I'm like, "You're going to the Druid Circle, right?
Yeah.
I'll meet you there."
Uh-huh.
And I hang a right.
Bye. We'll get robbed.
Listen, I have like a lot of stuff on me. It's like a fifth of the bag.
More specifically, won't get caught.
I peel away from the group and turn right into the
Sure.
slums.
Very fair.
You do overhear the sun at this point is kind of setting the sky as orange, and you see lanterns and torches beginning to be lit throughout the city, especially where the cliffs cast the buildings in shadow. It is just up the street, a short ways up. About, can I?
Before we split?
Just here, yeah. There's a sort of a covered archway indicating the start of the ascent up to the commercial district. A brass dragonborn, wearing a sort of a feathered helm, climbs aboard a stone podium with a scroll and begins bellowing out to the crowd in Draconic. So, Soren, you understand this. It is a foreign tongue to the other two of you. But what he shouts is, "Citizens of Acreus, let it be known that tomorrow on the 4th hour of morning, a triumph in the name of Pelaculac Acreus shall be held within these streets." And repeats the message twice more, saying, "All are invited and expected to attend. Such glory of Acreus."
Oh boy.
Did he say 4 in the morning?
4th hour of the morning. Yeah.
They do parades here at 4 a.m.?
I'm going to guess that their time system varies from ours, so I'm going to say perhaps maybe at 11 o'clock our time.
That, or I guess it could be maybe it's like a firework display, so it has to be at night. I don't know.
I don't know. All are expected to attend. Did I hear that right? Expected.
All are invited and expected to celebrate. The crier goes through a list of more and more and more mundane operations.
Turnip prices down 50%.
Clan Mexlith won a court case over a land dispute north of Mount Cran. The wine labor still wanted for the wine harvest within the next month.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it gets quite boring after that.
The Red Scales defeated the Bronze Claws 15-2.
In the local triathlon competitions, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Local dwarven trader found dead in the small town of Plaguestone.
Oh god.
Wow. I peel away and I sneak into an alley and I disguise myself as a human.
Okay. You disappear into the wings.
I have 120 doses of, I forgot what we called it. It was some kind of weed.
It was just something weird.
You came up a name with a name
it was
with it.
greenweed.
Greenweed.
Greenweed?
It was
That's a
weed
good
and
one.
it is green. Why don't we make it redweed? Instead, it's
Wow.
red.
Oh,
But it's actually
Stain-
green. It's just called redweed.
It stains your teeth red.
Ooh,
it's oregano.
that'd be funny.
It's vinegar.
It's the red weed from War of the Worlds.
Why is my Roll20 so laggy?
I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Big
Have you
old
got
map.
too much shit on one layer?
Really don't. That's the strange thing. How odd.
That is odd.
Should be McShip face down.
I would like to do a selling drugs speed run because I don't want to get too separated from the party, and I figure if I take more than 20 minutes, they might.
Sure.
30 minutes.
Make me a persuasion check.
I will expend my charm person and suggestion if it will give me advantage on
Have
this.
advantage. Sure.
0, 0.
Make an acrobatics check to do all the bunny hopping to do it faster, please.
It's almost like I'm a fear and a tiefling for this reason. You said persuasion.
You said persuasion.
You know what? I feel like using a heroic moment. That could be a lot better. I reroll with advantage, right?
Yes. You do.
Yo.
It is a lot better.
Okay. How many doses you say you're saying?
You told me 120 because I looted that cave and shoved it all into the bag.
Oh yeah, you did. 120 doses. I'd say you easily find. It does take you a fair bit. You end up. If roll 20 would like to scroll for me. God.
I hop through the streets to align your move.
You kind of end up here.
Oh.
Oh, damn.
But you are led to a place as seedy as you'd expect, and manage to offload your goods to a local trader at 20 gold.
Total?
per
Oh, okay.
package.
Jesus, so 2,400.
Yeah.
How poor are you guys? Do you need a third of that?
They
I,
comment that
Stacked.
they're grateful for the trade. Supply has been somewhat limited of late.
All right.
1,250 gold.
I still owe you 7 grand though,
Eh?
so I will. Yeah,
When did I
for
get
for the real estate.
Right.
I'm sitting on 2,560 gold.
I will keep that 2,400 since I stole it and did the work of selling it.
Sure.
I'm still owed
Fair enough.
16.9k for castle renovation, apparently. I have that in my notes.
No, what? For who?
The real estate stuff, I think. I think I paid for the castle renovation, or at least part of it.
Oh, shit! I think
Yeah.
you did.
Yeah,
Oh
I've got that
god.
noted down. It's in caps at the
Okay,
bottom.
good
of my
thing
sheet.
you do, because I thought I didn't owe you anything anymore.
Now it's in ink.
Nope. Oh no.
This is where Enzo comes up with the money. He's like, "Here's the money," and Vigil just like, "And the interest."
It's not a loan shark. Come on.
Controlling
It's
interest
been
is a
5
percent per
years,
day.
Vigil.
Ooh. Yeah, just went.
Per day.
Bless your heart.
Those are the long-term loan rates.
Hard DM.
All right. Well, I guess I'm probably gone for at least an hour, or an hour or so.
Yeah, by this time, I mean, it was like long before this time, and so Soren and Vigil, you make your way to the Gate of Coin, a gatehouse marking where sort of the one way up through the cliffs that lead up to the top of this plateau. The winding path giving you quite a beautiful view over the flame-lit city. The gates themselves may be wooden. It's hard to tell. For their fronts are covered and studded with coins,
Oh.
giving them an almost dragon scale-like quality. They are open and guarded. You can see there is a little bit of a build-up of congestion here, and that people are donating coins.
How much seems to be the average amount?
Yeah, you can tell pretty quickly it's very much a status thing. Your average townsfolk is throwing a gold coin in. A few wealthy merchants do come through, sort of one, and for example, being carried through on a litter. Seems to deposit a whole bag. with a coin purse at the gate, and is let through, pushing through the crowd.
Wow.
So I think if Vigil and Soren, are we in a queue? Is like a long queue?
It's a poor
British, I'm
queue
not allowed
by
to break
our
queues.
standards, Lucy, but
Yeah, of course. Naturally.
it's more of a built-up crowd that the guards are making sure isn't blocking the entire roadway, that people leaving have room to exit.
Can I, using my 16 charisma, presence my way to the front and deposit things in?
Sure, you're a big scary fella. Make me a intimidation check. Looking for like a kind of almost like a passive intimidation here. 16? Yeah,
16.
you're making your way through. You have the bearings of a military man who knows how to prove that. The crowd sort of parts for the two of you. You are not stopped
Vigil will just mutter over.
by a guard.
Oh, I'll mutter over the earpiece.
But-
I don't wait for crowds now. If we keep that up, perhaps others won't pay attention.
Yeah. It's not like we're very subtle.
No,
Yeah, you
I've
guys
got bright
okay?
red skin and horns.
I'll toss
You're not-
like 5 gold and I
Cool.
get through.
Yes, Sam.
Yeah, I was gonna say a guard doesn't like they don't stop you, but like a tray is offered, like
Yeah.
a bowl and metal. Cool. They take the donation, then you are let through without so much as a glance.
Wait, this place was up on the left, I think. He's there.
Right. Let's
That
not
would
waste
be your
time.
right.
Let's head there.
Enzo, are you alright?
I made like 300 gold already. What's up?
Alright, have fun. We're up at the circle, or about to be. Wait, just there.
Okay.
Oh,
Probably be a little more.
yeah, just make sure you make a donation on the way in at the gate. Or
If I go through the gates, I will.
exactly.
And so, disguised self poor person walks through Lamo.
Right.
Am I
Sorry.
wrong?
Yes, Soren and Vigil, you can see the Agora to your, when you're looking south, to your left. And yeah, you see it's kind of a ringed circular building, but no sort of solid structures underneath. It's just almost like a pillar-supported and arched roof all the way around with stalls set up. And then various structures within. It seems quite clearly segregated in terms of what they're selling. So there's definitely a area that is organic, edible produce, and then a menagerie and got crafted goods of metal and wood, pottery, silk, so on and so forth.
Can I have like a passing glance and see if there's any like spice places that sell peppers? It's Vigil's one vice. He needs to fulfill it.
Ah, yeah.
Ooh,
Because I'm
dragon
pretty sure I
peppers
must
here.
have run out of peppers by now. I must have run out of peppers by now. I have 28 dragon chilies in my inventory. I imagine Vigil has been eating them out of stress. So
Right, he's a stress eater.
you wouldn't know it.
Probably become very routine. You'd have like one in the evening each day.
There is you find a stall selling spices, and it is run by a red-scaled dragonborn. Though it's more of a kind of almost like a pinky brown color rather than the rich red of the more noble dragonborn. And quite skinny and wiry. As you figure, oh, hello, sirs. So, you're, can I interest you on any spices, vegetables, rare and exotic, some homegrown, some from afar?
Peppers
I
of
trust-
various kinds.
Peppers of various kinds? Well, you have many kinds here. What kind of peppers are you looking
Good.
for? Ones with a kick, ones with a sweetness, ones with a bit of both.
I can handle anything with a kick, so I will take any. What is your most potent?
He's not joking.
Well, sir, if you're looking for of the hottest pepper on the side of the rift. And I can offer you a little bit of dragon's kiss.
Hmm.
And he kind of pulls a drawer out that's filled with the tiniest little dried, shriveled up peppers that you've seen.
Oh no.
That's generally a sign of big spicy. I'm a fan of this.
Now, the secret to
Alright.
these, you got to understand, is they have the blood of dragons themselves dripped into the earth from which they're raised. So when I say they pack fire, I mean it.
That hurt the dragons.
He kind of gives a snort and little flames lick out of his nostrils.
Vigil picks up the last sort of aconite one that has the same effect with the dragon's breath thing. He goes, I've usually been eating these.
Oh, that's muck, garbage. That no, it's terrible. Might as well be eating mud.
Ow.
I've eaten worse.
Well, I'm sure you have. You might have actually eaten mud, but these are what we like to call flavour. So, how about I'll give you a little sample? You look like a connoisseur.
Go ahead.
Pulls a knife. Takes one of them. So it just takes a little shaving off the side. And it's one that you see he's taken shavings from before. Seems to be his test chili, and then offers you the sliver.
Okay.
For once,
Vigil eat.
full price, but feel free to have a try. What about
Vigil
yourself,
eat.
sir? Would you like to partake?
Ah, no, I'm from Tassel. We're all milk wastes there.
Don't know where that is, but fair enough.
Across the rift, long way away. Lots of pale, sickly people. Look a lot like me. Soren
Well-
just leans against the wall and watches. Oh, but do you have a little bit of fruit for my friend here? And kind of flips his hair aside to reveal squirrel glimmer.
Yeah, got nuts too. Anything dried is what I sell.
Oh, wonderful. I'll just be over there then.
Well, I like my produce like I like my wit. So,
Fresh? Or dry?
that dry is what I was
Fair
going
enough.
for. But anyway, right, nuts. Yeah, let me get you a few. Now, do you want a particular kind or a mixed bag?
What do you think? Mixed bag?
Oh yes, mixed. I love experimentation.
Mixed, weirdest stuff you've got. Normal staples like hazelnuts and almonds. Anything unusual. Real picky. Well, not picky. He's experimental.
Oh right, well there we are. He starts picking grass nuts and throwing them into a little. I forget the name of the material, but a little like sack.
Hemp.
Burlap?
Hemp.
Burlap.
Burlap. I think burlap is the word. Yeah, little burlap sack.
How much does he want for this?
Right, well that'll be 4 silver for the nuts, and it is. It does make your nose run a little bit.
No fucking way. I am
It is.
impressed.
It is a fucking hot little thing, and you've decided, oof. He wasn't kidding.
Are you alright?
Brilliant. I'll take. Yes, I'm fine. Brilliant. I'll take a week's worth and numerous supplies of other dried peppers.
Well, weeks are we? I mean, how many do when you say a week's worth? I mean, one of these in a dish will do you. So is that 7 or?
Sure. Sure, we'll have 7 of those, and then I usually eat a couple of the other ones. Just Vigil will explain the amount, which is just like it's like a couple
Right.
a day,
Are you-
like the normal ones.
That
and I'm
explains
like,
the smell in
Gets
your
another
room.
sack, kind of fills them up, and then offers you and goes, well, that comes to 53 gold.
done.
Pleasure doing business with you.
I'll hand him a gold.
Oh,
I'm gonna,
adventurers.
I'm gonna,
Nice.
You
gonna put down a mega spicy dragon's kiss.
don't
Number
suppose
7.
happen to know where find some healers, like really good, serious magical.
Well, I mean, recommend talking to the God Bother as well. You, one of the temples. Yeah, nice folk over in the garden might be able to see to you, but they're a funny sort.
Also, head arcanist. One of my types. Funny hats.
Eggheads at the academy would probably be your best bet.
Name?
Oh, don't pay attention to philosophy.
That's fair. Pretty boring. Thanks, though.
Well, yeah, no. Need anything else? Assume you came here on a ship. If you need any supplies or long-lasting goods, then I can provide that kind of stuff as well. Like I said,
You'll be
dried
back,
and yeah.
What's your name?
My name,
Yeah.
Telix.
Good, I may be back.
Well, I'm here every weekday, so
Sorry, we're really
Alright.
from out of town. How many weekdays do you have in a week here? Standard 6.
no 17.
Alright then.
No, I'm only pulling your leg. No, I think we still using the old. You're from other side of the rift, right?
A coon, basically.
Yeah, it all basically lines up.
Alright. Thanks.
We ain't changed our calendar in 800 years, and I don't think you lot have either.
No.
Brief question before we leave. The celebration. Mandatory attendance, I presume.
Right, yeah, the triumph. I mean, outsiders probably less so, but big parade comes through town. Just if you're in the area, you'll want to give a look and a wave and stand around for a little bit. But you know, might be worth your time. Like throwing gifts into the crowd and whatnot.
Right. To know. Vigil briefly just goes.
Probably a fair
clears his
amount.
throat.
Coin this time, I hear it's pirates. Triumph. Lady General Self's come back. Word on the street is cleared out a pirate's nest out west. So, well, a lot of coin to throw around, I reckon. I'll have my kids out there catching every penny they can.
They for seas, right?
Well, exactly, you know. They took it from us, only fair to give it back.
Right. Well, Soren, shall we go to the
Circle, yeah.
trees?
Circle of life.
Yeah, right just the way there. Well, you know, it's a giant circle of trees, really. You can't miss it.
It's very
Thank you.
full of trees. Have a nice day. A hand glimmer the burlap sack of nuts.
Just holds it and periodically.
Anything good in there?
There's one that looks like a brain. Maybe. Squishy. You know, I get why the undead like them.
I don't think that's an actual brain. Zoran's talking to his shoulder as they're walking.
Yeah, like, maybe not, but...
I mean, if they tasted like almonds, maybe it'd be alright, but I heard they give you diseases if you eat them.
Oh.
Brains. One of the few parts of animals.
Well, that's somewhat grim, but, that tree's metal.
What?
Look, through the trees. And... yeah, no, he's right. As you approach the gardens, beyond or inside the outer ring of somewhat more traditional growth, you can see torchlight shining on trunks of metal.
Okay.
What?
This is not what I expected when they had druids.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go have a look.
Hey, Enzo, the trees are metal here.
Excuse me?
Yeah, they're playing Hiss or something. Anyway.
No, what do you actually mean?
No, I mean like there's actual trees
All the
made of metal.
druids suddenly turn hostile and gain red health bars.
You cause a Neverwinter Night style faction riot.
Whoops.
Have we seen actual trees around?
There have been actual trees around. They've been mundane.
No, but
Wait, I've seen other trees. What?
they're
Those?
metal trunks. I look up to the leaves. Are they metal as well?
Yep.
Yeah, they're wow. Actual metal trees.
What metals? Like, is it like copper, brass, and stuff? So, like the dragon metals?
I don't know. I stare at them for a moment. What kind of metals are they?
It does appear to be. Actually, Enzo's observation,
Oh.
despite not being there, is a keen one.
Yeah, they're brass. How'd you know?
I don't know, just a guess. Because this city seems kind of like a lot of stuff is sacred. So maybe the trees are sacred because it's like a sacred metal. I still have no idea why they're metal, but I don't know. I connected the dots.
I hadn't thought of that. I'm gonna go see what this is about. Get up here, will you? This is really interesting.
Yeah, I'm like half done. I'll be there in like 20.
Alright. You know where we are.
Alright.
The metal
Entering
city.
the grove proper. So, at the center, it is easy to see. There is a sort of a tree that looks somewhat like an ancient oak, but cast entirely in platinum.
In platinum?
Yeah.
Holy okay.
Surrounding that tree are 7 populars of gold. And beyond that, a grove of rowan beech and elder in copper, brass, and bronze. And then on the outside, hawthorns of silver.
The magic.
And you can you see the tenders of this grove. There are a handful of druidic folk clad in simple pale robes and garments, tending to the trees.
Sora just stops moving for a moment and takes it in. Eventually, you seen anything before?
I don't think I have at all, right?
No,
No frame of reference.
no. It's something I might have seen, but no, not that I can remember. There is a ever-present, almost a tinny tinkling of metallic leaves rustling in the wind. That is surprisingly loud once you're within the grove.
Anybody who looks at oh,
As you sort of stand there, looking slightly lost, a blue dragonborn woman of almost her scales are almost gem-like color to them. They are shining in their own right in the torchlight. Approaches you. Sir, welcome, visitors to the circle. How can I be of assistance to you?
common or
In common.
there a formal greeting in Dracon give her that's light? Do that?
Yes. Blessings of the Platinum Dragon would be some form thereof.
Sure. Very scholarly, but precise Dracon.
Thank you, though we may talk in your own time if you wish.
So I really hate to favors immediately, but I am in a hurry and in great need.
And how is it that we may help you?
And will off his spell mantle, gesture at his arm, currently kind of bound to his side in a sling. I'm an arcanist with one arm, and that's my casting habit. Actually,
Ah,
do you go anywhere I can have this repaired, fixed, replaced? Headed into great danger. Magically stable environment.
I'm afraid we don't simply offer our gifts from the Grove to any who should come to us.
I have skill of my own, skills and valuable. If there's anything I could do
You
in
mentioned
return.
knowledge.
Yes.
This is the circle of law. We tend to the trees, for the trees hold our wisdom of ages, stories, tales, lessons, teachings.
Valuable to
What do you have to give?
There's wizard blue screens for a moment because do you know what a theurge is?
Shet is a word in Draconic that you understand to be a loose translation. I do not quite comprehend this word. Third, but if it means what I believe it means, it is divine philosopher of some kind.
Sorry.
Someone who discusses the hidden truths of the world in the light of the gods.
Close approximation. I'm sorry. This is
Greetings, Vishal.
Hi.
Arcanist Thorin Ashmere, theurge of Freyrin of the Period Obelisk.
Oh, Vigil. Um, Paladin of Cavall. Previous.
Wizard, or was capable. Have with me wrestling. Perhaps magic that shouldn't be loose.
What is it you offer us?
I just gently tap on the earpiece. Now, I don't know what we want to start giving these people.
Can I do actually something first?
Fair.
Taylor, are you the head of your...
No. No, no.
You ever heard of something?
I have not, though this word, chrono, it means time, right?
And
I'm not aware of
before
the magic of
this,
time. But...
before this just briefly gets underway, Vigil's gonna ping Enzo again and be like, Enzo, now would be a fantastic time for your negotiation skills. Are you anywhere nearby?
Let us walk in the garden for a while.
Yes. It's a long story. Complicated.
Okay. Vigil, you may await here or explore the gardens yourself, if you wish. All are welcome here.
Right.
I would ask you do not leave the paths, nor touch or remove any of the blessed life within this grove.
Of course.
Very well. If you'd follow me this way, Saren.
I follow her.
I will. No, I'm not following them directly. I'm staying in like the loose quadrant of where they are.
Well, on her part, she wishes to share with you what it is this circle means. She tells you that they gather the lore and wisdoms of those that have lived and gone through the means of binding through their own ritual a person to a tree. And so as they grow in age and learn, so too does the tree, and in their own ways, preserve their knowledge. She tells you that the trees here are those bound to the great dragons of old. That their wisdom has guided Aquarius for centuries and millennia. And that she would be willing to aid you in return for planting an acorn bound to you.
Kayla, how safe is it?
Only we know the ways.
Really, genuinely. I will actually just put out the tree.
We do not interfere with the growth of knowledge until its time to come to full fruit has come to bear. Well, you will be dead.
Yeah, well. About that. I already am. I just turned the page towards her so she can see the shifting timer, and if she can see them at all, she might be looking at a blank book. I don't know. I can.
The Platinum Dragon finds a way. His wisdom shall guide us in that.
And it doesn't matter that pledged also to it.
No. No. The tree is a companion,
I
a
will
marker.
pass on some. In the future, there hasn't been a Theurge.
I
I just don't want the next one to
will
be as
not
long as
pretend to understand.
There
We
is
but
an
tend the truth.
have the same speaking
No.
rhythm.
All I say is that I cannot understand what it is you speak. I am no philosopher, divine or otherwise.
What I'm asking is that if I gave you, I also leave some pass on what they're gonna be absolutely
The life of the tree itself will do just so.
back to find it.
Should they come asking for your name, we can guide them. It is what we are here for. You do not need to tell me. You must simply be willing. No. The tea often tastes strange to outsiders. And you will be blindfolded and taken within our sacred place. But we appreciate the wisdom of those that come from far away and who are clearly educated in mastery of this world.
The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know shit. But no, I'm
Many would say that is true wisdom.
I have another friend. Very curious.
A elderly looking dragonborn of golden sheen approaches. You can see a number of kind of trailing whiskers coming from the snout. As he does so, the attendant with you briefly drops to a knee and bows her head.
I will follow suit and greet them properly.
I could not help but overhear
Hello.
that you are willing to be bound to our grove. Yes, please come with me.
Hey, sir.
Ah. What would you call me? I have a name that is difficult to pronounce in your tongue as well.
And we'll up to. Sort of was required.
Well, so be it. You may. And the only problem is I'm speaking common, so I struggle to pronounce it. But gives you his name of Zuxaxroth.
Zixachroth?
Even as a Welshman, there's too many consonants and not enough vowels.
Is that possible?
Yes. When a word has a Scrabble score this high, yes.
Sounds Polish, to be honest.
I will gently remove Glimmer from my computer. Glimmer, you can
Fair
go.
creature.
Oh, right. You exactly what looks like a squirrel to everyone. Okay.
Your common squirrel does not hold a burlap sack among its fingers and bury its head like a hungry dog.
Nice to blow your cover.
It says in Sylvan. Dear friend, if you could just wait outside a moment, this will not take a while. And I would ask that you do not eat the nuts of these trees.
That'd be terrible.
Just kind of. Yes, sir. Rightio. Will do, or not do.
Gently set him down on the stones and be out here.
This way.
I just follow him because what else the fuck am I?
Okay. Turns to you and offers you a length of silk and asks you to just wrap it around and cover your eyes.
Kind of tries to with one arm, kind of like.
He let me. I simply do not want to sue or frighten you.
Oh, it's
And he binds your head
cool.
and guides you in.
Do you want
Vigil, you see this golden dragonborn lead Soren in, and there's actually sort of to the back you see the rocks rise up, and there's actually a sort of a cavern mouth, though its entryway has been carved and decorated in the stone, and you see Soren and this dragonborn descend into it.
Interesting. I know where he went now, just in case.
Yeah.
Do I see
Enzo.
Glimmer?
You see Glimmer. He kind of takes Soren at his word and has turned back into his sort of griffin-like form. And is currently kind of sort of playing catch with himself, grabbing a nut and throwing it, and then doing a little cat stalking and then leaping on it.
I whistle once, but I'm not going to do it because everyone's in bed.
Okay, he kind of flies over to you.
I'm keeping an ear out.
So am I. Enzo,
Yeah.
it was about this time that it was a hard bargain at the end, but you managed to get your price.
And I'm done. Okay. Sorry, you guys. Where are you guys?
Soren's currently getting some sort of induction to a strange rituals circle. I have no idea what's going on.
Excuse me.
Yes, exactly.
Are you overseeing, or is he alone?
He's
Alright.
alone, but I'm not too far away. They're druids. There's something about knowledge of whatever. I didn't catch the rest of it.
It's
Alright.
strange. It's sort of like the skulls back in a coon, but different. Less grim, less dead.
Soren cuts off.
Oh. Okay.
Soren? Vigil, is he okay?
He went on into a cave of some description with some dragonborn.
This is a Faraday cage.
AMZ. Okay, I'll be there as fast as I can.
Faraday cave.
And then we'll hurry through the streets and run to the base of this cliff. How tall does it appear to be?
It's about 300, 400 feet-ish.
Dimension door?
Yeah, it should
500, 500 feet?
Yeah.
I make sure no one's looking. And maybe if there's like a little below the very top that I can like dimension door there and then climb up the last 2 feet.
Maybe a stealth check.
18.
Okay.
Someone
you
below
don't-
might see a figure on the cliff for 30
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah, it's very much that case of you think someone probably saw you, but not enough to either identify you or be suspicious of you.
Okay, I climb up. Is there a crowd here?
Less so than Soren and Avida would have experienced. It's quieting down.
Okay, well, I try to wait for when no one's looking, or maybe when there's a distraction, so they don't see a person come from the cliff. Okay, you're at the grove, right?
Nearby it.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Right.
I'll make my way there. Does that involve me going through a gate?
It does. There is a guard who kind of offers a metal tray.
I toss in 10 gold.
He looks surprised that you donated that much and lets you in.
Okay. I am still disguised as a aconite human.
Okay. You are let in.
I get directions from Vigil over the earpiece and presumably find you in like a minute or two.
Yeah.
Okay. That came running. Soren went there?
Presumably, yes. I believe it's for the exchange purpose of giving him use of his arm again.
What was Soren's exchange?
Supposedly, something about generational knowledge in a tree being bound to a grove. I don't know. Didn't catch the extent of everything.
Soren's being bound to a grove?
As I said, didn't catch the full thing, but Soren didn't seem alarmed. These people seem less menacing than most of the things we've dealt with. And while they're strong, it seems most of them abide by the rules of please respect this, or we'll call other people to deal with you. So, if they're going to harm him,
Well,
I think we'll have a decent chance.
we'll give it 30 minutes. I'd like to approach a tree and just check it out. I circle around it, have a look.
Supposedly,
Yeah.
don't touch anything, by the way.
I
Perception
wasn't
next.
planning on it. I generally don't touch things in temples and holy sites I don't understand.
Hmm.
What kind of check, Owen?
Perception.
I perceive. It says 17.
Okay. It's actually perhaps easier to see now at night time with the torchlight
it's
than it
night.
would be in the day. The tree in particular circling is one of the golden trees. Quite large, and it's one of the few that the path fully kind of circles, allowing you to walk around properly. The bark is smooth, somewhat. It's not quite the craggy bark of an oak, and is actually covered from root to crown in etchings.
I lean in. Can I make out the language?
It looks to be draconic.
Comprehend languages.
Okay. To read comprehend languages, you need to touch.
I do. Vigil, are we allowed to touch it?
Owen, what did he say? He said, don't pick anything.
They did say no
Specifically.
touching, but it was very much the bottom of their list of.
Apparently that's not allowed, but I mean, Vigil just looks around and just steps back.
I'll wait for a moment when no one's looking, and I'm not going to be rude about it. But I'll just quickly run my finger along some sentences, get a gist of.
Okay.
I'll wear a glove so I don't leave fingerprints.
Hey.
It reads, 34th day of his youth.
Hmm.
He slew the great beast of Anvar. Ate thrice upon the tentacles of the slain beast and gained the powers of the gem within.
Wow.
With the thrice gained wisdom, he led the folks and continues on this
Okay.
biographical tale.
It's a story of someone's life. Maybe even a dragon, because they ate a beast or something.
They said some of these were based on dragons, yes.
That's cool as hell. I pop off Ghostly Gaze. Is the tree hollow?
No.
Solid gold.
There is some, material change, but
Okay.
appears to be metal 3.
It's foam on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Just polystyrene.
Expanding firm.
Also.
Soren.
Oh.
The air's begun to get quite heady with incense.
Okay. Wow. This is... Can I ask a favor?
What is it you ask?
Hey,
Alas, no, this is a place for just you and I at the moment.
wizard noises, but alright, cool.
I'm afraid your Fey friends would be. Oh, I'm sure we both know they like to cause somewhat of a mess.
Rayron's not Fey.
Oh, apologies, I assumed by patron you meant
Oh.
you were engaged in a pact given your companion.
Oh, well, with him, sort of, but kids. Help you stay alive, but terms are...
Still, I would ask from now you do not speak. Focus your mind. You kind of feel and kind of see through the fabric. You enter a lighter, perhaps larger chamber. And the golden dragonborn sort of slowly sits you down. Yes. Now, all I require of you is to sit and breathe. I want you to focus on who you are. Your first memory and your most recent memory. Your greatest secret. Your life. Offer me your hand. You feel the hand take yours, though it is quite heavily scaled and clawed. There is a sharp pain in your palm, briefly for a moment, just a little flare. Much like catching yourself with a needle.
Oh. Oh, alright.
Do not worry. And moves away. You hear the stirring of liquid, the swirl of water. A gentle bubbling, roiling. Either a minute goes by or 10, it's hard to say. A cup is offered to you. Again, a heady aroma is put to your lips, and you are asked to drink.
Sure. What's it taste like?
Very metallic.
Yeah, this is made of
Like
blood.
it is. Like drinking water that's been in a tin vessel for a month. Like it is not pleasant, in all honesty.
I try to be polite about it, but it's just like all the worst tea ever.
Yeah. No, I would like you to simply listen to my voice and dream. Relax.
Probably has a
Fall
hard time.
within yourself. The tea runs through you. You feel a calm wash over. You wake up and you're on your feet in the cave mouth.
Okay.
And blindfold has just been taken from you, and you can see a young blue dragonborn woman who first greeted you.
Oh, hi, oh, how do I feel?
Good.
Really?
Yeah, there's no hangover or headache. It feels like you had a deep sleep.
Soren hasn't had one of
A
those
dreamless
in
sleep.
a while. Definitely.
Kind of a little bit itchy around the eyes, but
Hi. Was that
and
it?
yeah, no, your left arm does work.
Wait, what?
You got an itch at your eye as you just did, and
Oh, out in front of me.
it's actually quite a satisfying little scritch.
And again, hold the arm out in front of me. Got it.
Well, it's not as it was.
Cool.
There is a sheen to it, a shimmer. It, it is much. To as far as whole, but there is almost like a scaled pattern on the skin, a golden sheen. It catches the light in peculiar ways. And your fingernails on that hand are fingernails, but they're. You just experienced on sort of your own face. They are somewhat more claw-like, slightly pointed.
Okay. That's true.
It feels whole.
Fuck of it. Throw out a mask here. Purple and like burst of cinders resting on both myself and Fern. I guess anybody nearby.
Yeah.
Wash of
You can cast with it, and it's curious actually because in the light of your magic, it's less almost like a scale pattern, more kind of golden roots that run through the arm that seem to not flare so much, but they kind of become more present when you move and put it in motion. Yeah, running down and sort of punching at the wrist and the joints and the fingers.
You have a tree hand. Thank you.
It is still fleshy to the touch. It is.
Oh,
you
that's
can-
weird. Okay.
It's I suppose almost like a faded tattoo of gold.
Oh.
On the skin.
Had to give me the most difficult thing to draw, didn't
Yep.
you?
It's that careful balance of finding something that's interesting enough that you want to draw it, but complicated enough that you'll curse me doing it.
Thanks. Soren will
Well, you have loads of free time.
turn to Faye. What is this? I mean, other than beautiful, thank you, but
The magic of the grove. And our guardian's gifts.
reason it's gold.
It may change.
Really.
We are yet to see how your tree will grow.
Any clue
But
what kind?
his touch marks you for now.
Oh, his.
Hmm.
That's a...
Yes.
Thank you. I have healing magic of my
You
own.
have offered us plenty, I am sure.
That quite weird. Just warning you. Be really weird.
Yes. Our guardian did wish to send you word that he expects peculiarity and wishes you luck with your journey. Zaxaroth. He could not say what he saw within you, but we shall see in time.
Jokes that I
There.
had my left arm to know what I saw, but
Well, we may not see the fruits of today until long past both our lives. But thank you.
spot vigil.
Yeah, you see them. By one of
Wait.
the big gold.
I thought Soren went into a cave.
Did, and then he came out.
How long was Soren gone for us?
About a quarter of an hour.
Oh, okay.
Jesus, that's quick. So, rundown. What do we see when he comes out?
Yeah, what does it look like?
Is that
On the hand, which is probably what's visible, it's like it's like a golden network of roots making their way across Sauron's skin. And the skin itself kind of has almost like a golden pearlescence to it.
Well, once Soren approaches, what did they do? Whoa.
I have no idea, but it looks neat, doesn't it?
Is this an existing arm or a new arm?
Good question. I'm left-handed, and that burn scar would have been here. Still there?
There's no scar.
Alright.
So you have a new arm now, because
Soren kind of rearranges his robes and kind of pulls his arm to where, I mean, he got nailed from the shoulder down, so kind of pulls aside to look at his shoulder. I will not do on camera.
I mean, it's smooth skin. It's shouldery.
Yeah, but where it joins with the transition.
The pearlescence and sort of that root-like pattern kind of does fade around the shoulder.
This is new. Like, a new arm. They said it might change, but for now that the influence of this Grove's Guardian is everything I told them, which God knows what that was. They might get 4. I don't know how many of them.
What's the bargain exactly? They get your knowledge somehow?
It's they basically for the magic process that was not revealed. Um, things on somehow the acorn is free from that. How that works, I don't know, but basically some of my knowledge as I grow. If there's ever another one of me, God. Far off from the far enough from
It is kind of like that skull place back in Acunia, I see.
them.
But can anyone come by and look at any tree? Or is it restricted?
What it's worth. I mean, these trees are iconic, but
But the point being, can a guy from the street walk in and learn everything that your tree says? Or is it like one person in 100 years is allowed access to the secret knowledge?
good question. Honestly, anything like this tree is gonna be.
The
That's
fact
not
that you
true. Because it's your knowledge. It's not the untranslated treatise, it's what you know in your mind of the treatise, which is translated to something comprehensible to an arcanist.
Probably true. That's a good question. Is Freya? Fela. Still Lord.
Yes.
Fela. Last question, sir.
Yes, of course.
People allowed to look at these trees? Are they all in Draconic? Are they all comprehensible people? Because
Many may come to this grove. Ah, the scripture on their flanks. That is written by us, marking the trees in case the time comes where we are unable to read them. Your own companion shall be unmarked, unless you wish it to be, in a grove kept in a secret place.
the only markings Sylvan, who I was.
As we learn, we shall see it so. Excuse me, I have
Yeah. Oh,
another to attend to. You see her leave and head towards the entrance of the grove, where a somewhat fine-looking, well-dressed dragonborn has entered the grove.
That's quite cool. I remember when I had a weird arm, but well, it was made of glass. Yeah, exactly.
So, in the space of 15 minutes, you've wandered into a grove, discussed the terms of the Dragonborn, come out with a new arm, and bound yourself to one.
Yep. I'd meant to actually donate my skull to the Obsidian Archive, but this seems a lot less creepy.
Well, you can still do
I made
both.
you do that at the end.
No, I don't think I.
I mean, you're a wizard. Your knowledge is also going to be written down in tomes, just the old-fashioned way, I'm sure.
This one.
The yeah. The attendant and the other guest come by. The guest carrying a seems like a pile of folded silks in his arms. Walks past.
Walk past us? Okay.
Yeah. It's Dragonborn, about sort of quite tall, about 6.5 feet. They're skinny, wearing a very fine embroidered kind of silk gown belted at the waist. Of note is his scales are a bright purple.
That guy.
Who?
Based on the conversation he's having, Soren seems like he's here on a drop off.
I know who this guy is. Ah, notes. Bertrax. No, not Bertrax. Oh my god, we heard about her.
Him and Vara go to the cave mouth where he puts down the pile of silks. They seem to have a brief exchange, to which Vara finds humorous. He turns and is making his way back out.
Sorry, hang on, just a moment. Sorry, I'll just say it and try.
Sorry, were you trying to get my attention?
Yes, actually. Oh my god, Owen, you told us who this was. It's in my notes and I can't find it. Please remind me. Couldn't miss him. Hector talked about him.
Who was it?
A purple skilled dragonborn who was, like, super important. God damn it. Hang on.
I don't remember.
I do.
Meanwhile,
Palmyr.
It was Tracus Belarian.
Yes. He's the Palmyr of the city. One of Palmyr.
oh,
Yes, Palmer did tell you that he was actually the.
Palmer said Tracus Belarian of the Forum of Silk.
Nice.
His friend in the city. Sorry, can I help you?
Alright. Tracus Belarian. Former Silk?
Yes. Have we met?
No. I hear my gently before.
I'm sorry, I'm rather busy, though I do hope you enjoy the circle here.
Enzo has a few moments of like, what? And
He
finally clicks.
Turns and is already walking away.
Our mutual acquaintance, Polmir Aruntius sends us.
Stops.
If you're busy, we can meet you at a later place, later time.
So you are his underlings. We can talk. Time, after all, can be made. Follow me.
Here and now?
Stay 40 paces behind. And try to look less outstanding.
I'll glance around and disguise into a very generic brown-scaled dragonborn.
The other two will do, I'm sure.
Makes himself a kind of a murky green dragonborn.
Vigil just shrugs.
I would recommend not green.
Shifting colors into vague blue.
Blue shall do, and
Hired bodyguard.
At least put a hood on Vigil. A lot of the horns kind of.
it will do, I'm sure. Turns and walks off, and Lydia goes, I'm sorry I could not help you, but I'm sure the fair tenders of this grove will be able to answer any questions you have. Good night to you all.
Is it a big issue if someone were to see us following you, especially a tiefling?
I prefer to take precautions.
Okay, I turn Vigil and Soren invisible.
Huh. Turns to actually there is a small kind of hand cart just outside the entrance here, with a brown scaled dragonborn stood waiting, clearly a servant of some kind. And he just whistles and says into kind of, "You are done for the night. You may return to the villa. I no longer require your assistance. Thank you." The servant nods, turns, walks off towards the gate.
Well, this on the earpiece. This promises to be interesting.
You may pull the cart and follow.
So he's saying that to us. We should pull the cart.
Yeah, that you, the remaining visible dragonborn.
Oh god, you have like 4 strength!
You know.
Yet another suspicious business dealer.
Just right.
Well,
Yeah, with 4 strength. I think you can pull it, but it is a surprising, it's like
I'm
a
just
kid
gonna-
pushing a wheelbarrow.
I'm just gonna say I can't pull it. I'm gonna
Okay.
say Vigil.
I'll just push it with you invisibly.
Oh, okay, that works.
Yeah, sword and vigil take
It looks like I'm pulling it, but it's actually you
Yeah.
pulling it.
We're both.
This is Vigil pushing it down from the back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Okay. He leads you into the Agora, which has begun kind of closing down for the evening. Still lit, you can essentially see merchants doing the equivalent of stock checks, packaging up various goods, putting things safely away onto wagons, beginning to leave. He leads you to this building here, which actually does have a whole extra story and a staircase. It's open, sort of open to the air on the bottom, but the first floor is enclosed. He leads you to a staircase and up into a chamber. It's like a long open room that it's quite fancy. There is a fireplace at one end. There are sofas and recliners. A small kitchen area that has shelves of what look like rare and expensive vintages of various drinks and alcohol. It's like a lounge of some kind. Yes, you may leave the cart at the bottom.
Was anything in the cart?
It was empty.
It was empty, except for Soren.
I wasn't in it, I was helping push it with vigil.
Climbs the stairs. Goes, "Come with me, boy. You must be paid."
Yes, sir.
He stops. Do not speak. My servants do not speak. I should have told you that before.
I will follow mutely.
Goes up the staircase. And Yeah, unlocks the door with a key. And then gestures.
Walk in. Hold the door a little too long for the two invisible people to
Yep.
walk in.
Vigil walks in.
I'll follow.
So yeah. And the robes he's wearing are very much your classic, very like deep sleeved, quite voluminous, and lots of excess material to waft around and show off all of his expensive silk and embroidery. This will do, and I do not have a great deal of time, unfortunately. I have business meetings I must make later this evening. But not many would know to say Palmier's name to me.
We are, well, you said underlings. I prefer to say agents of his. Or maybe contractors.
Indeed, no, I have heard of you.
All of us. From the invisibleness.
Yeah.
I would be more comfortable if you were to drop the magic shield in them.
I will, is that concentration? Whatever, I can dismiss anything.
Thank you.
I'll drop all off and just be my silly redheaded self.
Vigil will be Vigil.
Well, a friend of Palmier is a friend of mine.
I didn't say friend, I said contractor.
We've both met the man. That's as close as he'll ever get.
Very well.
So, would you care for a drink, perhaps? I have. You must be the Convolia. I think I have some certain vintages from your parts of the world.
Is that so?
Indeed.
I prefer the name Vigil, not Curly. Thank you.
Apologies. Tessic whiskies. You would like to partake of the drink of your homeland, Mr. Ashmere?
Arcanist.
And Enzo.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I'll take a water.
Of course.
Don't tell me this guy has husk slaves as well.
Oh god, I hope not.
Did we see any weird? Because he said my servants don't talk.
Yeah, that's sus.
So
Global franchise.
no, he doesn't. The relevant bottles and there's a barrel of kind of fresh water seem to operate themselves. And 3 kind of crystal glasses
Ooh,
just float level. Well, not they don't bob. They just float levelly through the air to each of you.
that's cool.
Um,
What kind of building did we stop at, by the way?
So you're in sort of the first floor above this very fine market store, what you seem to be the Forum of Silk. It's almost like a lounge area above.
Okay.
It's a place for business meetings.
I imagine I have many such places.
Yes, scattered through the city. This one is just the most convenient and close to my work.
All right. Did Palmier mention anything about this? Is there a...
I have been told of your existence.
Is there any
I
business you
know
had in
not
mind
to.
for us?
I have my own network, you understand. But Palmier and I have a mutually beneficial relationship. And so, of course, any assistance I can offer in his pursuits, I'm willing to aid.
Interesting. There's a couple of things we're looking for while in the city, which I should also mention is not going to be for that long, likely, until tomorrow, unless something really interesting comes up. But of course, what you want in exchange is up to you. I suppose let me start with a circle of teleportation. We have several in our ranks who can use such things to move around quickly, and it would benefit us a lot as we have none on this continent. If you would have access to such a thing.
I have one I will allow you to see the sigils of. I shall have my people show you it.
Very
Later
useful
this year.
indeed.
How private is it?
You need not worry.
I'm not worried. I'm simply wondering if we show up using it, do we need to?
No.
Okay. Impressive. Glance at you two guys. Any requests from you, or shall I proceed?
I can't think of anything at the minute. Perhaps any resources we can send back to the castle construction.
There's a
That's on the other side of the world.
Of
And
teleportation
I'm not
circuit.
here to aid in your own pet projects.
I can't
Vigil,
think of
we can't teleport from here to there safely. Remember the rift?
yeah.
Okay.
Back to Lexical.
Indeed. One of the projects Polmir had us pursuing frequently was certain, we call them lexicons. They often look like cards.
Ah, yes. Interesting. How much progress has he made?
I think he has. I'd look at you guys, 2, 3?
Boxed up.
Hmm.
Part of the rogue in the car.
Good to see the old fool finally getting somewhere with his collection.
That's been a project of his for a long time.
He's been desiring them and took a great deal of his effort and coin to get as far as he has.
I mean, he
Difficult to
mentioned,
track down. They're
Kidding.
easily buried in private collections.
he mentioned one of them
Your
was
kind
going
of
for a,
folk, traveling adventurers and the like.
he mentioned one of them was going for 250,000. So yeah, they're not
Indeed.
easy to acquire. No.
Well, I can't say. I have heard of such things. Recently, in fact. There's a thief. Once the bane of the city. No one quite knows how she pulled off the little tricks that she did, but I do. Seems you can fell two birds with one stone. She has been a thorn in my side for some time. So, I propose an arrangement. I believe she carries one, if not more, of these lexicons. And I would like you to deal with her for me.
And you believe she's still in the city?
No, I do not. I believe she has fled to neutral ground. 10 gates, most likely.
How convenient.
Frustratingly, no. No.
So if you have no name and no description, exactly.
We all have our methods.
Look, if we're gonna try to track her, person.
Yeah, do you have any sort of lead on her?
Pulls from his robes. Enzo, you'd recognize this half of broken lockpick. She was panicked during a break-in of my property.
I don't even move, but the mage hand comes out. It's slightly visible so that he knows what's happening, but
Yeah. The lockpick floats from his hand to your mage hand and then
floats back over.
it's a custom-made piece. Adamantine. Personal enough that I'm sure you can find it useful.
We have ways to find someone on an object of theirs, I think.
I hoped you would.
Yep.
The mage hand holding it still, I take out like a napkin with my actual hand and like wrap it so no fingerprints or anything.
Yeah.
Silk.
Nice.
That is wonderful. Should we, let's say hypothetically, acquire these items, deliver them to you, or just wait until we're in Palmyr's company?
To live in the Palmyra. I would not wish to dirty my hands in this business, you understand.
Wow, so you're offering us a lot of things and getting nothing personally. Are you sure that this deal is good for you?
Something.
If you are able, if you could return her to me alive,
This sounds familiar.
I would see that be a suitable payment, but I understand complications can occur. It's by no means a necessity. By no means a requirement.
We will certainly try.
She has been a particular thorn in my operations. Quite the thief.
Stolen from you personally.
Yes. A great deal of wealth.
We will see what we can do.
Perfect. Apologies, what was that?
An arcanist.
Potentially. Hard to say. I suspect her. She may carry a great deal of magical contraptions about her. She's capable of evading magical protections, quieting alarms, spelling illusions, arcane locks, and the like.
These relatively.
Sounds pretty similar to what I do.
I believe so. Crimes attributed to her. The shield guard began calling her the ghost, the waif, the shadow, all sorts of silly names.
I've heard of at least 5 thieves in my time called the Ghost. It's very unoriginal.
Exactly. I simply called her the thief.
I'll be honest, I went by the Ghost for like 3 months.
Sorry.
Well, it has a certain appeal.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me remind you of some ridiculous virtue names at some point.
I always forget that it was a trait of your people. Well,
Well, I wouldn't want to stretch our arrangement too far, but I would also be remiss not as to indulge my curiosity. There is one other thing I wanted to ask about.
by all means.
We've heard of sort of whispers of a group of people around here that call themselves the Eye.
The Eye. I've heard of them.
What can you tell me about them?
They're a strange group, somewhat fanatical. Cult would be a word, I suppose, you could use to describe them. I'm not quite sure what it is they desire or seek to achieve in this world, but they have on occasion paid a handsome price for certain goods.
Occult fanatics of... Do you know precisely?
I pay little interest in small fish.
So you consider them small fish. That in itself is valuable information.
It will.
I believe so.
They have that much more. So.
Artifacts, primarily magical items and the like. I've sold a few things on behalf of our mutual friend to them before.
Not demon related.
I have no reason to believe so, but perhaps.
But that is
Perhaps. No.
Have you done any business with them yourself?
As I said, I have sold the occasional trinket to them. How
What
is it
is
you
the-
have heard of them?
Someone else who has sold it. Well, bought their business is more like. I've heard they have some ability to erase memories.
Ah. That sounds a useful trick.
Yes, it does.
It is rare that I do not know the exact ins and outs of events in the city.
So they are very secretive, I imagine.
Well, perhaps they're not so small a fish if you have stumbled across them in your journeys.
They are a small fish, but also just the tip of the ice fish. I mix metaphors.
Perhaps.
Tip of the iceberg.
Perhaps consider that my payment for the favor earlier, then. If you happen to learn more of these people,
I
that would be a useful tool in the toolbox.
exchanges of information are one of my favorite things. If I learn something, I will tell you.
That would be very appreciated.
Again, glance at you two guys. Any questions? Follow-ups?
I have nothing to follow up with at the minute, no.
first.
Should probably mention.
Sharia.
Isn't she like 800 years old?
Very old one.
I do not know the name.
Fucking fucker.
You might need a nat 20.
Kind of hard to read, isn't he?
Exceptionally. Oops.
Yeah, no one's really heard of her.
There was a slightly odd look in his eye when you mentioned the name.
Right. If you'd heard of her.
As I say, I do not recognize the name. Now you understand, I meet many people in my line of business. I'm one of the premier merchant men of this fine city. Perhaps I've met some in our line of work, but I really must be leaving you now. I'm afraid I have business to attend.
Thanks, and I guess show us to that circle. Or have a servant.
Hold a moment. He turns, kind of waves his hand, a piece of parchment. Comes sort of under the counter. Takes a quill and inscribes sigils. There's the key. I would ask that you inscribe it in front of me now, and then burn the paper.
So he's showing us an actual teleport sigil.
Yes, sort of the sigil for it, the individual sigil. He's not drawn a whole circle, but
I'm gonna give this guy a good long look. Is there anything arcane on him? Signifies him for response.
let me a investigation check. Investigation or perception.
2%.
While Soren's at that,
Okay.
can I just have a look around the room, see if there's anyone else watching, anything like that?
Sure. That'll be another perception check.
Yeah,
Got a passive of 19, rolled 21.
14.
Okay. Vigil, pretty sure you're alone in here with them. Soren. No, there is no. I mean, you recognize his robes don't appear magical. He doesn't appear to be wearing any magical sort of earrings or nose ring or rings. He's wearing pretty mundane gear.
I'd like to just briefly ping a divine sense at him.
Okay.
60 feet, total cover.
Doesn't pick anything up.
Damn. But still fiend are undead. One of these days it'll ping up again.
Like you said,
Oh man, that succubus encounter was pretty great.
damn it. The guy we're working with isn't Fiend or Undead. Ah!
They are celestial.
Soren will flip open his spell book, carefully kind of glance up, Dracus?
Dracus Valerian.
Yeah. Make sure. Maybe he's being watched, maybe not, but it flicks past a good portion of arcane notes very, very quickly to see if he watches or it catches his eye at all, or there's any hint of recognition.
I think he's watching you.
Starts scribing down the teleportation.
Enzo stands beside him, and it's like illusion beams are coming out of his fingers, and he's scribing it in midair, like a shadow copy. It's like I'm copying your work, but at the same time, like a very different medium, and it's an exact copy. Facsimile.
Vigil's just watching the guy like a hawk.
Peculiar relationship between the two of you.
Behind every great wizard is a warlock who copies his spells. Something like that.
I'm going to say a good friend, but alright.
Or someone to steal the secrets of the competition.
He would have a
At least it
really
seems to be the way here.
hard time stealing my work.
That's what they all say.
That's the problem. I don't understand it, I just copy it.
Well, I really must be off. Nighttime meetings are, of course, where the real business gets done.
Fucking challenge. Oh, I want to show off so bad at this guy, but
Please.
Yeah, no, I
Yes.
nod and quickly turn around, head out of there.
might I offer you a gift for
Of what kind?
protection? Want a curiosity. Been so kind to us.
I would ask you tell me exactly what it is you were going to be doing beforehand.
Death ward. He happens to stab you and kill you in an alley. Just for fun.
Save it for yourself.
Ooh, burn.
Wizards.
I admire your intellect.
You. He was trying to be polite, but
I know. You really should leave.
Vigil begins to make his way out.
And Enzo waited at the door for this conversation and then just crosses the door and just leaves.
oh yeah. Out last week.
Don't walk out. Actually,
Alright. If I release it, does
Thank
it float?
you. It does.
Oh. You have
When you were holding it up, you could feel there was a slight tugging on it. Thank you. A pleasure making your acquaintance. I can see why Palmier likes you all so much.
you say quite powerful rune when it's actually like 4 unseen servant spells.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, but they're permanent.
fair enough. Back in 3rd edition, that just took like 500 gold or something.
And good night to the three of you.
Thank
Four,
Night.
including the little one, I'm sure.
Don't exit with me, because I technically came in alone. If someone's watching, it would look weird. I turn back into the brown dragonborn and leave, and I say, just leave like in a couple of minutes.
Remember, you do not speak.
I don't speak outside, yes.
Very good.
While I'm waiting for Enzo to... I guess Enzo exits, I wait. I just reach over casually, just put Death Ward on Vigil instead. Something always fucking happens in cities.
Okay.
Vigil
Where are
gets
we?
Curious.
You are
Never
in
raised,
this
but-
building here.
Nods.
Oh, right in the middle of the big markets. Okay.
I roll 20s going at like literally 3 frames per second. This is painful.
A brown dragonborn makes his way out of the building, and somewhere in an alley, a human walks out.
Okay.
After about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll direct you guys towards me.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Anybody
Like-
refuse a Death Ward?
The guy is less sketchy, but also just as sketchy as Palmier somehow.
The fact that he could... Probably pretty... Can't
Yeah.
do that unless you know what you're doing.
I think what Palmier does with servants or slaves, he does with magic.
Slightly less terrifying.
Exactly. It's, I think, more ethical.
Yeah, my outfit's just...
He did ask. Let's not discuss this so close to the place.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
no,
surprised
no.
if you can listen in.
Go to the academy. I want to go to the...
I mean, we'll look for the thief he asked us to look for, and let's talk more on it later.
Yep.
Okay. Just a general question of direction. Are you heading sort of back down to the heart of the city, or?
How are we going? Orange votes for up here.
What do we want to do while we're in the city still?
Books, 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 books.
But like, what? That's not a goal.
Oh.
What do you, I mean,
Not
like, what do
bad.
you want with the books?
What does every wizard want with books?
Fair enough.
I want to get the skinny on Caranculax. I want to know what
Ah.
happened to him and his family.
His sister is having a parade at 4 a.m. Did we figure out if that's really 4 a.m. or not?
He said it was likely the same, so I imagine the time's the same as the days as
Fourth
well.
hour of the morning is 4 a.m.? Really, Owen?
I can say you could easily acquire that by simply asking.
Yeah, I'll
someone
ask
in the
someone.
city. It means what would be around 10 o'clock.
Okay.
4 hours past sunrise.
Oh, past sunrise. Okay,
I was right.
that makes sense. Okay.
I'd like to do search actually on the what the fuck is the thing called? Calamity. Ding dong. Figure out what we're getting ourselves.
Not a bad idea.
The charisma people.
Visually, you wanted to ask about Crankulax or learn about Crankulax?
We'll learn about him, I'm not going to ask about him.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Perhaps investigate the local religions too. Maybe visit the market, look for magic items, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Magic item shopping is probably on the docket. I have $4,000 to spend, so I can buy a little bit of something. Not the most expensive thing. And I want to learn more about the eye, but I also feel like the odds that I'll learn anything substantive in like 16 hours are low. If they're that secretive, you can't just like infiltrate them in half a day.
I don't know, we are kind of gods. I'm joking and I didn't say that.
You are not
Well,
Keyleth.
as you stand above a great cliff overlooking the city,
Oh no.
there is that voice in the back of your head. It's going, go on, jump.
Room.
That you can now use again.
Well, given that we are near the end of the session anyway, given the time, why don't we leave it there for this week?
Mhm.
We'll discuss in the week where it is you wish to go, and then we will pick up next session with your nighttime explorations of the city of Acraeus.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Grace is cool.
Dragonacoon. A Dragoncoon.
Nope.
Something like that.
So yeah, that's us. Thank you for hanging out with us this afternoon. There will be more art of our characters, hopefully next week, depending on how my workload is this week.
No. We promise it'll be here next week, all finished. Every single one.
Bless your heart.
Including the second revision of Sauron with
The arm.
new arm.
Thankfully, it's underneath his robes. Fuck both
I'm,
of you.
I'm gonna wait until the Enzo
It
art
actually
is...
shows through clothing.
Oh, does it?
It does. Yeah.
Seriously?
No. It's
Okay.
fine.
Gonna say, fuck you, Owen.
It's like a bad game rendering engine. The arm just shows
Just
through
clips
clip.
through the fucking transmog. But yeah, we'll be back here, same bat time, same bat channel next week. So that'll be February the 7th? Yeah.
Holy shit, it's only February already.
It is March
right.
the 300 and 30.
Guys, we're going to be role-playing on Valentine's Day. We can have a romance episode.
Ugh. Oh, I guess it would
I
be
don't know
lovely.
how, but I don't know.
Yeah. Let's
We'll
see
call
here.
the episode
Lashana's
Glimmer
across the
Goes on a
world.
Date.
That'd be funny.
Hey, Siren, what's up? How you doing?
Rylan shows up. Lashana shows up.
Diligence shows up. Hey, Vigil.
Oh god. Anyway, so we'll be back on the 7th.
Oh
Take
my,
care of each other.
that would be a fun one-shot, though. You do a
What?
blind date
God.
with different NPCs. Let's see how awfully they all go.
Yeah, and there should be more art soon. So, yeah. Have a great week. Take care of each other. Wear goddamn masks. Don't go outside. And, please stop tagging me in posts on Twitter. I beg you, my phone is dying. Alright.
I'm going to tag you in so many posts.
God damn it. Alright.
You can disable Twitter notifs. All right.
I'm
Have
gonna
a good one.
Alright. Be
See ya.
safe in that
Bye,
winter
stream.
storm, y'all. Bye, stream.
What
Yes,
winter storm?
Yeah, there's like a giant ass motherfucking winter storm going across the northeast right now. Or
Oh.
Orlana, I think it's called. Anyway,
No one here lives anywhere near the Northeast.
I have multiple friends in Pennsylvania
Fair enough.
that are also in the stream. Also in Canada, apparently. Yeah, stay warm, stay safe, and we'll see you next week.
Peace, people.
Farewell.